we are hearing that could have been responsible, then all the Char Dham route and all the road building that has now been brought to a halt. But at this point, I'd like to bring in my colleague Anuj, who's there on the ground in Joshimath. Anuj, we have with us Mr. Kailash Vasudev, who's a legal expert. You can ask him any legal questions you would like to ask. And we have with us Mr. Bimlendu Jha, who's an environmentalist. We just heard him speak. It's over to you, Anuj. Anuj would like to ask you some questions.
Morning.
What would I say that when I'm talking to the people over here on the ground, they are saying this is not a one-day game. This has not happened in a day. But this was the warning which was given to the administration here, and even the administration was noting it, that what exactly is happening on the ground. But then also there was no precautions, or rather it was not stopped. The people complaining here that they are seeing numbers of blasts again and again happening. So what do you say on that?
Right. Senior Advocate Mr. Kailash Vasudev, we'd like you to answer at this point to the question that Anuj has asked.
Thank you. Good morning. The fact is this: insofar as the development of an ecosystem or an environment is concerned, you have the acts which come into play, the Air Act, the Water Control, the Pollution Act. All these things are an interplay between each other. Unfortunately, today, in our greed to create things which are materialistic in nature, we are fighting nature. Let's take in point this particular area of Uttarakhand. Since 2004, this has become an area which has been subject to floods and the like. See the 2021 floods, 6,000 people died. Now, when you're coming in for infrastructure projects, starting from the Bhagirathi up, starting with the Tedi Dam, these are areas which are potentially dangerous for the environment. They have continued to exist, and from 2006-8 onwards, the number of small power generating units on the river, called the run of the river or the dams, have increased in number. This creates water shortage. It has diverted hundreds of kilometers of water streams in different directions. That is not the natural intent. In addition, rampant building, huge constructions as against the normal hill constructions which were not weight oriented. If you see the image you're seeing right now is a concrete building. The earlier buildings are not made of concrete, they were made of shale. They were not 3 to 4 stories high, but 1.5 to 2 stories high. So there's been a total change which has come about because of need, possibly a certain amount of greed by builders, wanting to put in infrastructure. These are not contemplations which are permissible under the acts where you're supposed to protect the environment. What we have done is granted permissions of all kinds, given all sorts of clearances to build. Now see this truck coming on this particular road. There's a vehicle behind. Now these are kind of things which were not anticipated to take place in the Himalayas, which are a soft mountain. The Himalayas are sedimentary rocks, they are not igneous rocks. So therefore, if you take an overall situation, you are finding this in all hill areas, especially after COVID. Go and see Simla, see Dharamshala, see Nainital, Mussoorie. Mussoorie from Dehradun is now taking 3.5 hours to drive up. These are not contemplations which are correct, either for the environment or the safety of the people there. Till we don't pull up our socks, control ourselves, implement the law as it stands. Now here there's another caveat which I have, and a very powerful one. The powers under the Environment Act are very limited, and if they are there, they have never been used. There have been so many cases of pollution, so many cases of wanton pollution, but nobody has been sent to jail for violating environment laws. I am not aware of any case. The National Green Tribunal, there are a lot of directions, do this, do that, but no one takes steps to prevent pollution per se or to preserve the ecosystem. See any part of the country. Till we don't become firm on the implementation of ecosystem, protection of ecosystems and planned development, this is going to be a disaster. It has hit Joshimath, it will be hitting the Char Dham Yatra, it will be hitting all the hill stations. Start from the north, travel down from Dharamshala all the way up to Darjeeling, you will find this. It is time the government pulled up its socks, rethought economy. Instead of building in this rampant manner, let us plan the whole area and protect the Himalayas as also the people who stay there. They're a unique combination.
Right. So Joshimath, well sir, Kailash ji and Vimlendu, stay with us. We go back once again to the ground. We go back once again to Joshimath, where it's all happening. Anuj joining us once again with a resident. Anuj, we can see you have with you somebody who would like to speak through Republic to our viewers. It's over to you.
Well, exactly, Rukma, and the condition could be clearly seen what is happening, and people are having tears in their eyes because they have been asked to leave now. And that's something what we are going to talk to the man who is standing next to us. This is his house and he will have to leave it. So,
ये छूता है ये और यहाँ से ये और यहाँ ये पीछे पूरा पूरा तोड़ने वाले और ये जैसे ये है ना ये नीचे तेरे ने ये पापा में ये बना कर हमें किसी क्या रहा और मैं क्या करे अब किसी मेरे को ये कहता हुआ अब जैसे कोई बात करता है और बाद में
अभी जाना है यहाँ से जाने के लिए
जा रहे सर अभी कह रहे हैं कि वहाँ में ले जाओ अब कहाँ देंगे करने नहीं पता नहीं अब यहाँ ले लेंगे अब ये को पूरा खाली तोड़ देंगे
Let me give you the sense. This is a room. This is a room in a house, and we can understand by seeing these visuals that what is happening on the ground over here. Look at the kind of cracks. Look at the movement of the ground. It has been shifted properly, and look at this particular crack. I'll ask my video journalist Sundar Shah to show this particular crack. See how much big this is. I can see that side also. This is the crack which is there in this particular wall. That is something what is happening, and people are now not left with any other option but to move, as the time limit has been already given, and they will have to move now. This is not limited to one residence. I'll ask my video journalist to pan a bit and show you that particular family which I can see from here. There you can see a red mark again. A red mark again. This particular house also has been listed. This has been also marked. They will also have to leave. They have been asked to leave, and they will be shifted. They will be evacuated to other places. That is something what we are seeing on the ground, Rukma, and the condition is not at all going to improve, but this is going to be like going to go more worse. That's something what we are seeing. The walls could be clearly seen everywhere. I can see these kind of cracks in every part of this particular house. So that is why this particular house has been finally now marked. And see the cracks everywhere this is. And this is not limited to one or two places, but this is happening in almost more than 70% of Joshimath. What we are seeing at this point in time, there are cracks on the roads, there are cracks in the buildings, there are cracks in the houses, in the hotels, in temples, in mosques, everywhere this is happening. We'll go up, we'll talk to someone, we'll try and talk to someone if we can get more detail. But let me show you. Let me go upstairs and let me show you this particular area from where I'm reporting. Let me give you the sense, because now, as I'm telling again and again, this is not limited to one or two places, but this is happening in full Joshimath. Look at the people. Now they are leaving with their luggage. They are leaving with their luggage. I can see people are moving from here. People have been asked, has been advised to move from this particular place. There you can see the movement. There you can see, I can see the people with the luggage. मैडम आप लोग भी शिफ्ट होने के लिए बोला गया है?
अभी हम गांव जा रखे थे।
अच्छा।
अब देखेंगे कि हमारे घर में कितने दरारें आ रखे। हम 4-5 दिन में गांव गए।
आपका घर कहाँ है?
हमारा घर भूंडार है। हमारा यहाँ मकान है। हम भी जब आपदा आए थे हमारे गांव में, तो हम यहाँ जोशीमठ में मकान लेकर के यहाँ बनाए। फिर बोले कि मकान में दरार आ गई, तो हम आज आए घर से।
So this exactly is the situation on the ground, what we are seeing. The people are not left with any other option but to move. They have tears in their eyes, but nothing could be done. That's something what we are seeing. Back to you.
So, well, that's the picture on the ground. Another home that's crumbling there, as Anuj just showed us, and cracks developing in so many homes. Coming to you, Mr. Jha, we just heard what Kailash ji was telling us about, a vision of the future. Nobody could have envisaged that this would be, trucks would come in, there would be so much vehicular movement, there would be so much building on that same ground. This is a very highly seismic zone. It's zone 5. That's what we are hearing. Also, the construction work that was going on around. What would you say? Suppose, everyone here was evacuated and anew. Is there, as an environmentalist, what can you tell us about, the kind of new ways that have developed so that, this can be avoided in the future? Also, in terms of legal relief, people have gone to court now. There's a case in court, in the Supreme Court, that will be heard today, that it be declared. What is the kind of relief that that is being sought?
Okay, so first of all, we need to understand that indeed these buildings and these constructions that Mr. Vasudev was talking about is illegal. It is not matching with the kind of infrastructure that should be allowed in a ecologically sensitive zone. But in all of this conversation, let's not forget that the largest violator or the main violator or the main accused in this disaster is not the people with some aspiration. And of course, they're wrong in building 2-story and 3-story houses. But this disaster is happening because of the government infrastructure projects and not because of these houses that's actually been built. So let's call a spade a spade. If you look at since 1976, Joshimath has been sinking. There have been cases of large-scale disaster that has taken place in Himalayan region. And many experts have actually been talking about the Char Dham Yatra devastation in terms of the road, the all-weather road. So indeed, we want better mobility for citizens and for our armed forces. But is this the price that we are ready to pay? So first of all, when we talk about stopping or the design for new infrastructure, that rule does not only apply for the residents of Uttarakhand or of the Himalayan region. That rule, first of all, applies to the government that is the main proponent of most of the infrastructure projects. Right now, you were also talking about the NTPC project, the hydroelectric power plant project that we're talking about, that already had a disaster a couple of months or a couple of years ago. And we've seen that many experts are actually saying that the tunnel that was actually being built under Joshimath is one of the main for this particular hydroelectric power plant project is one of the main reasons why Joshimath is sinking. So we need to really go back and pause, and I think the government and the courts of our country need to really take a step back and understand that not just for Joshimath, but for the entire region, what Mr. Vasudev was also talking about, starting from Dharamshala to areas of Bengal, the entire area, we need to really look at what is the kind of infrastructure project that the government has approved and is undertaking, because each of them are not sensitive to the needs or the carrying capacity of the region. And maybe not in 2023, but in 2033, there'll be another Joshimath. And I'm giving 10 years time for another Joshimath to happen. But reality is that we will have many, many Joshimaths much before that, because the situation right now, the cameras are only showing one city or one small little town in the Himalayas. This is the same situation if you go to the entire Yamuna Valley or you go to Ganga Valley. There are many houses that are going down because of the kind of construction activities, the broadening of roads that has actually taken place, which is leading to landslides leading to really dumping of debris in the river, the kind of the tunneling and the small dam projects. So all of that needs to stop. And this is not something that is done by the citizens. This is done by the government and government needs to step down from this entire push for infrastructure. That's one. Second, from a legal point of view, right now, of course, there's a short-term remedy. Indeed, citizens, the residents of Joshimath need to be evacuated because saving lives is more important, is paramount right now. But later, it is also going to be about saving livelihood and giving them adequate habitat. And that's where the government will have to come in. And this is not just about houses that actually have a crack, but houses that perhaps potentially will have crack also. So we're not only talking about houses that are visibly damaged, but houses that will actually get damaged in future. They will also have to be taken into account, and there will have to be a rehabilitation policy for the residents, because, as we've seen crying, weeping people, and rightly so, because they've actually used all their livelihood, all their savings in the house, and now suddenly there's no house at all because NTPC wanted to put a tunnel there.
Right, absolutely. And coming back to our legal expert, Mr. Vasudev, it's very clear that there's one short-term legal remedy that, they have to be maybe compensated, adequate rehabilitation. So when we talk of relief, your very quickly, your thoughts, because we're running out of time, your thoughts on, the kind of legal relief that can be provided now that the case is in Supreme Court, and also about, when it comes to organizations like the NTPC, when it comes to, massive infrastructure projects that the government is undertaking, aren't they bound by certain laws of the environment as well when it comes to, their implementation? We'd like your thoughts on that.
It's like this. Insofar as these infrastructure projects are concerned, they have got to go through the concerned ministry. The concerned ministries approve these projects and then they're implemented. The sad part of it is that in the implementation committees which are there, most of them are bureaucrats without any environmentalists who can actually give correct advice. A bureaucrat does not know much about the environment, excepting what he has to carry out for the purposes of infrastructure development. Let us take, for example, this particular situation in Joshimath. Today, tomorrow, day after, these houses will collapse or they'll be pulled down. Where are you going to put all this debris? After all, what you call malba or debris is going to come from these buildings. Where are you going to keep it? How are you going to use it? Which more areas are you going to pollute? Coming to the second part of your question, rehabilitation of these people. Rehabilitation will have to take place on some ground. They have used every penny which they had for the purposes of building these houses. Where will you locate land in these eco-sensitive areas? What kind of properties will you build? Will you go back to multi-storied houses? Will you go back to single-story domains? Will you go back to situations where these people will be comfortably lodged once again? You saw that elderly gentleman who was crying because he was unwell. Where are you going to relocate these kind of people? What kind of properties? What kind of locations? What will happen to the rivers which flow by? Will you close this tunnel for the NHPC? Will you restructure the whole designs? Will you rework the entire outlay? You see, these are questions which are going to arise. And here, I think the court should realize that you are not supposed to give permission for everything which happens. One has to apply one's mind. There are so many directions given by the Supreme Court from 1992 onwards in the MC Mehta cases. They're all carried out in the breach. You spent thousands of crores on cleaning up the Ganges. Thousands. You spent thousands of crores in cleaning up the Yamuna. Today, the Yamuna is still a sewage dump. The Ganges does not have water in the summer months. What are we doing on the ground? Kanpur, the distilleries, the tanneries, everything is in a mess. Why can't we, for God's sakes, wake up to these situations, look at a future of India which will be better? In America, they've come up with the Wild and Scenic River Act. It does not permit the construction of dams on the rivers over there. It does not permit you to change the course of a river. This happened, I think, in '84, after the Hoover Dam controversy. Why can't we do those kind of things over here? Sand mining, look at the way they go about it. Rivers are dug up 30, 40 feet. The entire course has changed. We have mafia which drive over policemen, but we do nothing to the mafia. We encourage them. We encourage buildings. We permit them to supply sand in an illegal manner for all infrastructure projects. Where is governance? Where is authority? Where is there anything done for the purposes of preventing illegalities which lead to these disaster situations? If the governments can take responsibility, it will be a great thing. If the governments can't take responsibility, please don't govern. Let things sink like Joshimath is sinking.
Many thanks to both our guests. That's all we have time for. Many thanks to Kailash Vasudeva and to Vimlendu Jha as well for joining us on the show and for sharing your thoughts with us, which make the picture so much more clearer. Help us to understand. Of course, these are warning bells for the entire country. We also had with us Anuj, my colleague from Joshimath, giving us that first-hand information, showing us another house where cracks were developing, even as there's an emergency clearly in the hills of Uttarakhand. These are in the very close on the Himalayan belt of our nation, and many questions at this point that need to be answered. A dense layer of fog has enveloped parts of North India. The schedule of about 480 trains and 25 flights has been affected. In Delhi, the minimum temperature has now dipped to 1.9 degrees Celsius. That is quite below normal that we see at this time of the year. In fact, Delhi's minimum temperature was lower than most places in Himachal Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. As per satellite images and available visibility data, fog layer has extended from Punjab and the adjoining northwest Rajasthan to Bihar, across Haryana, Chandigarh, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Here's a detailed report from Delhi's Akshardham.
दिल्ली में इस बार की सर्दी पिछले कई सालों का रिकॉर्ड एक बार फिर से तोड़ चुकी है। बता दें, अगर खासकर जनवरी महीने की बात करें तो जनवरी महीने ने तो पिछले 10 साल का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया है। इस वक्त हम दिल्ली के मशहूर अक्षरधाम मंदिर के सामने मौजूद हैं और सबसे पहले बिना कुछ कहे मैं आपको चाहूंगा तस्वीरें दिखाइए। देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है एक घनी जो है चादर, मोटी चादर कोहरे की, वो आपको साफ नजर आ रही होगी। अगर नॉर्मल डेज में बात करें तो यहाँ पर आप खड़े होंगे तो कुछ मीटर के बाद यहाँ से आपको अक्षरधाम मंदिर साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा, लेकिन विजिबिलिटी जो है इस वक्त की वो इतनी ज्यादा कम हो चुकी है कि खासा परेशानी का जो है लोगों को सामना करना पड़ रहा है। अगर इस बार के सर्दी की बात करें तो सर्दी लगातार बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। तापमान की अगर बात करें खासकर तो दिल्ली के कुछ इलाकों में तो 1.9 डिग्री सेल्सियस भी तापमान दर्ज किया गया है। इसी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए दिल्ली सरकार ने कुछ अहम फैसले लिए हैं, जिसको लेकर के जो दिल्ली के स्कूल हैं उनको 15 जनवरी तक बंद कर दिया गया है, जो कि पहले 8 जनवरी तक बंद था। अब उसको एक्सटेंड करके 15 जनवरी तक दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से कर दिया गया है। इसी के साथ अगर दूसरी तरफ दिखाऊं मैं इस तरफ की तस्वीरें, जो कि ये हाईवे है, तो यहाँ देखिए हाईवे की तस्वीरें, जो गाड़ियां हैं वो आपको साफ नजर नहीं आ रही होगी क्योंकि कुछ मीटर के बाद यहाँ पर भी आपको कुछ नजर नहीं आ रहा होगा, जिससे लोगों को काफी परेशानी जो है वो हो रही है। धीरे धीरे गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ट्रैफिक जाम देखने को मिल रहा है। तो ये कई दिक्कतें जो हैं ये दिल्ली के लोगों को साफ इस बार के सर्दी में फिर से नजर आ रहा है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट संतोष के साथ विशाल पांडे, रिपब्लिक भारत, दिल्ली।
Well, of course, visibility continues to remain low as Delhi is covered in a layer of dense fog. Madhurima, my colleague, also sent us this report earlier.
Dense fog has enveloped the national capital. Right now I'm reporting from the Akshardham flyovers and as you can see right next to me as how the entire fog has engulfed the national capital. You can see that the visibility is really poor, causing traffic snarls as well. As you can see right to me is the Akshardham temple, but because of the dense fog it cannot be seen. I request my camera person to show you around as how the fog has caused the visibility to be compromised. There is just 200 meters of visibility according to the IMD in the national capital. The fog has now set down upon the national capital. You can see all across me, all around me, that the fog persists, causing the visibility to be very low. This is Madhurima Mishra with Vijay Surinder Rawat for Republic TV.
Well, from the national capital to Madhya Pradesh, intense cold wave is gripping North India. Here's an exclusive ground report from Bhopal that's been filed by Satya Vijay.
देश के साथ ही मध्य प्रदेश में भी कड़ाके की ठंड पड़ रही है। पूरा मध्य प्रदेश ठंड की चपेट में है और ऐसा बहुत कम होता है जब पूरे प्रदेश का मिनिमम टेम्परेचर 10 डिग्री सेल्सियस से कम हो और हालात यही बने हुए हैं। अगर पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में बात करें तो सबसे ठंडे रहने वाले जो जिले हैं वो नौगांव और उमरिया है, जहां पर की मिनिमम टेम्परेचर 1 के लगभग है। इसके अलावा पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि 10 डिग्री सेल्सियस से नीचे टेम्परेचर रहा। भोपाल में और भोपाल के अलावा प्रदेश के तमाम हिस्सों की बात करें तो शीतलहर अधिकांश जिलों में चलेगी, ऐसा मौसम केंद्र का अनुमान है। और इस समय मैं भोपाल के चूनाभट्टी कोलार इलाके में हूँ। यहाँ पर भी आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर अमूमन मॉर्निंग वॉक करने वालों का तांता लगा रहता था। बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर लोग मॉर्निंग वॉक करने आते थे, लेकिन आज चूंकि कोहरा है, शीतलहर है, इसलिए कम ही लोग यहाँ पर आपको मॉर्निंग वॉक करते दिख रहे होंगे, क्योंकि लोग घर से निकलने से बच रहे हैं और इसी के चलते यहाँ पर लोगों की संख्या कम है। मैम से मैं बात करूंगा। घने कोहरे में ये लोग टहलने निकले हैं। मैम, सर्दी तो काफी है, आप लोग फिर भी यहाँ पर?
हाँ, बहुत सर्दी है।
प्रिकॉशंस के साथ आप लोग?
हाँ, अभी स्कूल भी बंद है, वेडनेसडे से स्कूल खुल जाएंगे। अच्छा। और सर्दी ज्यादा रही तो हो सकता है 1-2 दिन और बढ़ जाए।
मैम, आप क्या कहेंगी? सर्दी तो काफी है, लेकिन आप लोग पूरा पैक होकर गर्म कपड़े पहन के मॉर्निंग वॉक?
जी 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 जी, बहुत हम लोग ये सब पूरा पैक करके आते हैं, तभी तो टहल पाते हैं, वॉक करते हैं।
और मौसम केंद्र कह रहा है कि सर्दी में 1-2 दिन बाद राहत मिल सकती है।
हाँ हाँ, मिल सकती है।
और कम हो जाएंगे सर्दी, ऐसा लगता है। हाँ,
चलिए, तो देखिए ये कुछ लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर मॉर्निंग वॉक करने आए हैं। ठंड है, कड़ाके की ठंड है, कोहरा है, लेकिन सेफ्टी के साथ ये लोग यहाँ पर मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं। और जैसा कि प्रदेश भर की बात की जाए तो सर्दी का कहर तो है ही। सर्दी को देखते हुए पूरे प्रदेश में 10 तारीख तक 8वीं क्लास तक के बच्चों के जो स्कूल हैं वो उनकी छुट्टी कर दी गई है। अब देखना है कि 10 के बाद अगर मौसम बदलता है तो स्कूल्स की स्थिति तो बदलेगी, लेकिन फिलहाल पूरा प्रदेश ठंड की चपेट में है। शीतलहर ग्वालियर चंबल बेल्ट में ज्यादा है। इसके अलावा बुंदेलखंड का जो बेल्ट है वहां पर भी कुछ जगहों पर पाला गिरने की संभावना है। तो इस ठंड में यहाँ पर आपको मैंने तस्वीरें दिखाई कि कोहरा अब चूंकि थोड़ी थोड़ी धूप निकलना स्टार्ट हुई है। राजधानी भोपाल का जो मौसम है वो आज थोड़ा सामान्य है फिलहाल, लेकिन
All right, so intense cold wave, of course, gripping across North India. Pictures we are getting to you from Delhi. In fact, Delhi is been hit by a double whammy. One, of course, it's about 1.9 degrees, so extremely cold weather. And we are given to understand that the pollution situation is getting worse even as we speak. Now, the IMD, of course, has said that there is going to be an intense cold wave that has hit New Delhi. Now, as a reverberation to that, of course, trains all throughout North India are mostly delayed or have been cancelled. The Delhi government has decided to announce that schools in the city will remain shut till the 15th of January. Now, what we know as of now, of course, is that about 29 trains have been cancelled. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, we bring you more news, including it's a big political fight of exclusion of Karnataka tableau. The government clarifies, but the Congress continues. And the BJP versus AAP face-off intensifies as the AAP now appeals to Congress councillors.
I am Aneri Shah reporting from Hyderabad, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग FIR इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग FIR इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV now. Cutting across to Rajasthan, where in connection with the teacher recruitment scam, a coaching center is being demolished. Now this after the coaching center that was run by the main accused in the teacher recruitment scam was sent about 4 notices. And thereafter, of course, we are given to understand that this coaching center is now being razed to the ground. There were alleged irregularities that were found at the coaching center. I'm going to try and get you more details in just a bit, but let's quickly listen in to a reaction that we are getting.
आठ दिवस पूर्व हमारे अवधान में ये आया कि शिक्षक भर्ती परीक्षा पेपर लीक प्रकरण के मुख्य अभियुक्तों द्वारा संचालित कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट अधिगम इस बिल्डिंग में संचालित है। इस पर अविलंब हम हमारे जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण की तकनीकी और राजस्व टीम को मौके पे ला करके और रिकॉर्ड के आधार पर परीक्षण करवा करके और हमने इनको 32 JD एक्ट और 72 JD एक्ट के अंतर्गत नोटिस जारी करके और विगत दिवस के 5 बजे तक इनको हमने अवैध निर्माण हटाने को अपना पक्ष रखने हेतु इनको समय दिया था। कल प्रातः तक इन्होंने न तो अवैध निर्माण हटाना प्रारंभ किया, न अपना पक्ष प्रस्तुत किया। तो पुनः हमने विगत कल को पुनः विधिक नोटिस हमने इनको दिया था। इस आधार पे लेकिन इनके द्वारा को न तो पक्ष रखा गया, न कोई सहयोग दिया। इस पर आज हम विधि सम्मत कार्रवाई करके और इसका आज ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
All right, so the building over there being demolished by the authorities in Rajasthan. This is related to the Rajasthan paper leak case. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a break. On the other side, more news. Police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. Big political fight of exclusion of the Karnataka tableau. The government clarifies its stand, but the Congress continues to target the government. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri reporting in Mumbai, and this is Republic.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा।
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. The political face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party continues to escalate days after the all-out ruckus in the Delhi civic body ahead of the MCD's mayor elections. The AAP will continue to stage a dharna outside the LG's house today. The Aam Aadmi Party has sought support of the Congress councillors now. After the high-level PMO meeting with the NDMA and the Uttarakhand government, members of the Border Management and National Disaster Management Authority will visit Uttarakhand today. Meanwhile, the SDRF and the NDRF teams have been rushed to carry out relief and rescue operations. As cracks in walls, buildings and roads and landslides continue to baffle residents of Joshimath, police seeking an urgent declaration of the Joshimath incident as a national disaster will be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will mark the 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in Indore today. In a tweet, the Prime Minister said that the event will be a great platform to deepen the connect with the Indian diaspora. Meanwhile, over 3,500 diaspora members from nearly 70 countries have registered for the mega event. As the probe in the Air India P-gate continues to widen, 2 crew members are likely to join the probe today, while the police is also trying to approach other passengers who were present during the incident. Meanwhile, the Delhi police has summoned 9 crew members for questioning. It is an emergency in the hills as Joshimath residents face bitter cold and a sinking tragedy. Prime Minister Modi is in Indore, set to inaugurate the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and
now taking note of violent protests in Brazil, Prime Minister Modi has tweeted on the incident and said, "We are deeply concerned about the news of rioting and vandalism against the state institutions in Brasilia. Democratic traditions must be respected by everyone. We extend our full support to the Brazilian authorities. This comes after hundreds of supporters of Brazil's former president have stormed seats of political, judicial and legislative power. President Lula has declared a federal intervention with thousands of troops on standby in Brasilia." Now, security forces, we are given to understand, of course, have for now regained control of the Congress in Brasilia after it was stormed by far-right protesters. Now, supporters of the ex-president Jair Bolsonaro also stormed the Supreme Court in the capital of Brasilia. Our police had to fire tear gas shells, and demonstrators wrapped the national flag and surrounded the presidential palace. Now, Bolsonaro, who is currently in the United States, of course, has said that essentially that this is wrong. However, his statement came only after thousands of his supporters from the far-right organizations actually went and not just demonstrated but entered these buildings, which included, of course, the Congress as well as the Supreme Court. You are with Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, more news, including big political fight over the exclusion of Karnataka's tableau. The government clarifies, but the Congress continues to question the government. And the BJP versus the AAP face-off intensifies as the Aam Aadmi Party now appeals to Congress councillors.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
A huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side, and they didn't stop. They were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition.
The headlines at 10 this morning. Concerns over sinking Joshimath as the residents face bitter cold and a sinking tragedy. NDRF and SDRF teams rushed to Joshimath. NDMA and Border Management Secretary to visit Uttarakhand today. plea seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court. Big political fight in Karnataka over exclusion of state's tableau for the Republic Day parade. Government clarifies, but Congress continues to politicize. Prime Minister Modi in Indore set to inaugurate Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. BJP versus AAP face-off intensifies as Aam Aadmi Party now appeals to Congress councillors in the MCD. Mega showdown expected in the capital. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic TV. I'm Rukma with you once again, and we start off this edition with breaking news that's coming in yet another mid-air incident. It's another mid-air incident, viewers, and it's just come to light. A passenger allegedly misbehaved with an air hostess under the influence of alcohol on an Indigo flight from Patna to Delhi. Now, this is a domestic flight, an incident on domestic flight. The incident was reported by Indigo's crew. And Harsha, for more details on this incident, Harsha, we're hearing about another mid-air incident, this time an air hostess of an Indigo flight from Patna to Delhi insulted by an unruly passenger. What can you tell us?
Exactly, Rukma. If we tell about this entire incident, this is a mid-year incident which has been reported yesterday late evening only. The Indigo flight which was coming from Patna to national capital. The two passengers, Rohit Kumar and Nitish Kumar, has been identified. They were drunk when they boarded the flight. They were completely drunk. They were not in their senses. They not only insulted the air hostess and the crew member, but they also indulged in a fight with fellow co-passengers as well. So this entire incident has now been reported at the airport police station. And the two accused, Rohit Kumar and Nitish Kumar, have been arrested by the inspector of the IGI police station, and the further investigation is being done in this entire matter, because Indigo reported that they misbehaved, they insulted, they were all drunk, they were not in their senses, they had consumed so much of alcohol before boarding the plane doing domestic. If we talk about domestic airline, the alcohol is not served in the domestic airline, but they were not in their senses. They had already consumed so much of alcohol in the airport themselves that while they boarded, they were continuously insulting 4 crew members and the air hostess of Indigo Airlines. So now the incident has been reported, and the further investigation.
Right, Harsha with us there and giving us more details. So passenger misbehavior reported once again. This time it was reported. The passengers, Harsha was actually telling us about 2 passengers, and they were drunk when they boarded the plane. That's what the news is as far as we know right now. We'll try and get more details as the day goes on. But right now we're hearing that the incident has been reported. 2 passengers misbehaved with an air hostess. This was on a domestic flight. Another passenger incident of passenger misbehavior on an airborne flight, this time from Indigo. And Harsha telling on that story on the ground now. And shifting focus now, with winter at its peak, tragedy could not have come at a worse time for the residents of this picturesque holy town, situated at an elevation of over 6,000 feet. With temperatures hovering almost near the zero mark, people here have been forced to battle fears about their future, in fact about their very existence, in the biting cold, as their homes and lives crumble in front of their eyes. Prime Minister Modi has been monitoring the situation, and the NDRF and SDRF teams have been rushed to the spot for rescue and relief work, for evacuation and relief work, in fact. And experts are now being brought in, and the opinion, general opinion that has been voiced by experts, whether it is from the Geological Survey of India or it is by various environmentalists and legal experts, the opinion is that it's rampant development, rampant mismanaged development, if we can call it that, without any vision, without any scientific basis, without any consideration for environmental factors, that has led to this kind of a crisis that residents of Joshimath, this town, the picturesque town that has so much history behind it, citizens now are being evacuated by the NDRF and the SDRF, and the case is also to be heard in the Supreme Court, most likely today. Anuj with us live from the spot there. Anuj, earlier this morning when we spoke, you showed us how that home was developing cracks, crumbling right in front of our eyes at this point. There must be so many such incidents around. Give us a sense of the general scenario, the general atmosphere there. It must be very heavy with sadness, very heavy with fear, even as we speak, because residents, as you showed us, were leaving. Where are they going?
Well, at this point in time, let me tell you, the picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked now. This has been marked that they need to vacate it, they will have to leave, they will have to go. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. I'm moving toward a shop and a residence which is totally under this which is about to fall down, we have been told, and he has been categorically told that he will have to move. Look at this mark. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave. We have been talking to several people over here, and they have tears in their eyes because they are not left with any other option. If we talk about the shelter.
And from Uttarakhand, we shift focus now to down south in Tamil Nadu, because there's some breaking news coming in. We'll be going back to the Joshimath story, but right now, news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where the assembly session has begun with the governor's speech. Those are visuals there from the Tamil Nadu Assembly following the ongoing tussle between the government and the governor.
₹1,000 as cash assistance, 1 kilogram raw rice, 1 kilogram sugar and 1 sugar cane to each of the 2.19 crore rice card holders in the state at a total cost of rupees 2,429 crore. The distribution has been inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister. I am confident that this will help the people of the state to celebrate Pongal, which is an integral part of Tamil society, with joy and gaiety. This government's deft management of Manda cyclone and northeast monsoon minimized damages in Chennai city to a great extent. In particular, construction of stormwater drains for a length of 261 kilometers, another flood mitigation projects worth rupees 1,335 crore in Chennai city and peri-urban areas were sanctioned by this government, and of these 209 works were completed well before the onset of monsoon. Further, construction of 360 kilometers of high priority drains of Kosasti Basin was completed on a war footing. As a result, major areas of the core city, which were severely flooded last year, witnessed minimal stagnation during this monsoon. The traffic disruption caused by heavy rains was largely controlled and the city was quickly restored to normalcy. I convey my appreciation to this government for its exemplary and effective management of the Mandal cyclone and northeast monsoon rains. This government, which functions on Mutamid Arinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, Tamil should flourish, is taking all steps to protect the rightful place of Tamil language. This government will continue to urge that all state languages should be.
The Congress party, the VCK party, the CPI, CPM, MDMK, TVM, all the alliance parties with the DMK government have staged a walkout condemning the governor's speech. This is a Tamil Nadu State Assembly that has been convened in the first assembly session of this year, and it was supposed to start with the governor's speech. And as usual, the governor had came to the State Assembly, and he was given a very warm welcome by the DMK government. And once he started giving out his speech in the State Assembly, all the alliance party with the DMK government have staged a walkout condemning his speech. They disturbed the speech. There was major commotion inside the State Assembly, and this is because the governor recently spoke, very controversially about how the Dravidian politics have made the state of Tamil Nadu go back 50 years, and also about how he has not given assent to any one of the 20 bills that are still sitting on the desk, in his desk, and majorly the NEET bill and the online rummy bill, which is costing lives in the state of Tamil Nadu. And also, this is also about how the governor is acting as a politician in the party and not as the in the state, and not as the governor. Therefore, there are many issues, and for a long time now, there has been major, issues between the government and the governor, and the governor has been constantly making controversial speeches time and again. And now, since the recent speech about how the state should be named as Tamilagam and not as Tamil Nadu, definitely took a big hit on the people, on the parties, and that is why now all these parties are staging a walkout. And you can see they are shouting slogans against the governor. They are saying slogans about how this is Tamil Nadu and it is not Tamilagam. The governor should not be a politician, and how the parties are condemning his speech and will definitely not let him act as a politician in the state. That is what the visuals we are looking at. On one hand, the State Assembly session has begun with, and on the other hand, all these alliance parties have come out, have staged a walkout, and they are condemning the speech of the governor. They're not letting him speak in peace. Though the assembly is happening, all these MLAs who are in alliance with the DMK government have come out and are still shouting slogans against the governor, and are still speaking about how they will not accept this governor, and the centre should take back the governor. The centre should return the governor. He should not be inside the state Raj Bhavan, is what these parties are claiming and are asking. As you can once more take a look at these visuals, they are still standing in front of the State Assembly door. They have completely blocked the door, and they are raising slogans. They are shouting, and they are shouting slogans about how the governor is interfering in the state government's rule. We can also, and they are also speaking about how the governor is speaking about political things, and also giving controversial remarks about Dravidian politics, which has been the main government rule.
Varshini there outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Inside the scene is one of the governor, Defiant Arun Ravi, there speaking even as the lens is on this is his customary address for a very brief session. Members are seated inside, but outside, as Varshini was explaining to us, that's a protest, that's a walkout by various allies there who are upset over the governors who they believe should not play the role of a politician. There's a pendency of over 20 bills. Going across to Varshini once again. Varshini, it's over to you to give us a sense of what this means for the very brief session ahead.
See, as of now, we are seeing how the alliance parties with the DMK have come out, staged a walkout, and are condemning the governor. We have Congress MLA Vijay Dharni. Hello, ma'am. What is exactly what are you condemning today? Why are you boycotting the governor?
His Excellency the Governor is today rendering his speech on behalf of the government of Tamil Nadu. However, the opposition parties have boycotted the speech for the remarks of His Excellency the Governor regarding Tamil Nadu and Tamilagam and the usage of these words. However, in my personal, even though we are protesting against, the opposition parties are protesting against His Excellency Governor on this issue. However, my personal opinion is Tamil Nadu and Tamilagam, the usage of words does not mean anything other than Tamil Nadu and the Tamil people. So both are same. However, the usage of the word in the context regarding a specific context does matter, and that is the reason the protests are happening. However, His Excellency now has started the speech and the opposition parties have walked out specifically in this regard. My personal opinion is I don't find anything different among the words. Tamilagam and Tamil Nadu is one and the same according to me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So that was a MLA, Congress MLA, who has just walked out along with the other MLAs from the other parties in alliance with the DMK, which include the Vidudalai Sirthaigal Katchi, the CPI, the CPM, Congress, Tamizhaga Valvurumai Kamchi, MDMK. All these parties have now staged a walked out. They were all come out condemning the governor and not letting him give us his speech peacefully in the Tamil Nadu State Assembly, which is convened now. Therefore, now these people are protesting in front of the door of the State Assembly, and they are condemning all his behavior from the recent past.
Well, Varshini with us and the governor there inside delivering his customary opening speech and for this very brief session of the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Joining me on the phone line is Kovai Satyam, AIA DMK spokesperson. Mr. Satyam, when we talk about the issues that Tamil parties have with Governor R.N. Ravi, we'd like your reaction to what's happening in the Assembly today. It's a very brief session, but clearly the disruption has already started. Your thoughts?
Shows how desperate a ruling party and their allies are to build on a political narrative. And this is probably the first time that the ruling coalition party is staging a walkout on governor's speech. The norm is that the opposition parties will demand some explanations. They might stage a walkout. And we as an opposition, AIDMK, wants to be a progressive opposition. We are there in the assembly. But the ruling government ally is walking out stating that he has not given consent for the online gambling on time, wherein it is their ally, DMK, who has not passed the GO on time. They want to build a political narrative stating that it is the governor who is standing in the way of development of Tamil Nadu, and he is not hand in glove with the progressive thoughts of the DMK government. And that's what they are desperate about. That's the narrative they want to build.
Right. Right, Mr. Kovai Satyan. And even as the lens is on all the events as they're happening today, many thanks, Mr. Satyan, for speaking with the Republic. The lens is on what's happening outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. The Governor, R.N. Ravi, they're speaking inside the House.
Reclaimed. Due to constant monitoring by this government, the long pending projects Tamirabarani, Karumaniyar, Nambiyar and Atikadavu Avinasi are nearing completion. Tamil Nadu continues to be a top performer in various health indicators in the country. It has substantially reduced the infant mortality rate and maternal mortality ratio and has already achieved the Sustainable Development Goals for the year 2030 in this respect. To address the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases, Makkalai Thedi Maruthuvam. A scheme was launched by this government to provide free home-based healthcare services at people's doorsteps. So far, 1.01 crore people have availed services in comfort of their homes under this program. This government had launched a noble scheme, Inuir Kapom, Nammai Kakum, Napatek, a first of its kind initiative in the country to provide free emergency medical care to all during the first 48 hours of an accident occurring in Tamil Nadu. Under this scheme, so far 1.35 lakh accident victims have availed free of cost treatment worth rupees 120.58 crore in 679 hospitals across the state. As a result, countless precious lives have been saved. Recently, few countries have witnessed a spurt in COVID cases due to a new variant of Omicron virus. This government, which successfully handled the second and third waves of COVID in collaboration with the Government of India, has set up adequate health infrastructure in the state and has taken all precautionary measures to tackle future challenges. This government considers that the NEET exam system is highly disadvantageous to poor rural students and infringes on the rights of state governments. A committee headed by Justice A.K. Rajan was constituted to study the issue. Based on the recommendations of the committee, a draft bill to exempt medical students in Tamil Nadu from NEET exam was passed in the Assembly and sent for presidential assent. Since all clarification requested, the bill have been provided this government seeks expeditious approval of the same.
So we're listening to the customary address by Governor R.N. Ravi there inside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Joining me is Varshini from outside the Assembly, from outside the House. Varshini, it's over to you. We believe dramatic scenes there of protests. Clearly, the DMK and its allies intent on pursuing this issue. We were just speaking to a leader of the AIA-DMK. They do not seem to be a part of this protest. They do not seem to have any objection to the governor and his comment on Tamilagam.
Well, absolutely, yes, the AIADMK party has not staged a walkout. They are still inside of the State Assembly House. As of now, it's just the DMK party, DMK alliance parties which are with the DMK government, including the Tamilaka Valvirimai Katchi, the Mathimuka, MDMK Katchi of Vaiko, the VCK party of Tirumavalavan, and the CPI, CPM, and also the Congress party, and all the, even the Manidinayu Makkal Katchi, and also even all the smallest parties have walked out. All the DMK alliance parties have walked out except for the DMK party government, and they are condemning the speech. They are talking about how Tamil Nadu is the name and they are proud Tamil Nadu. They are condemning the speech, saying that this is not Nagaland, this is proud Tamil Nadu, and these parties, we will not stay silent if you keep acting as a politician in the party, trying to do another parallel government in the state. This will not happen, and we will not allow you to speak in the assembly until you give assent to the important bills, even not everything, at least the important bills including NEET and online gambling in the first place, which has been still being a big issue in the state, and still the state government trying to ban the online rummy completely from the state. Therefore, this protest is currently happening right in front of the State Assembly door, and all the parties that I mentioned, which are in alliance with the DMK government, have staged a walkout. Every single one MLA of them have come out, and they are standing right in front of the door, and they're not moving anywhere, and they are protesting and shouting slogans in front of the gate to show how they are against what the governor is doing in the state of Tamil Nadu. Nadu and how they will not stand for it. And like you mentioned, the AIADMK party, though being a Dravidian party, when the governor passed a comment about how the Dravidian parties have taken back the state 50 years, it means that it includes that the AIADMK party is also a part of that. But the AIADMK party have not been participating in this protest. They have not moved out of the assembly. They are still inside and still, taking part in the state assembly. Therefore, once they come out, we will get to know what their reaction to this kind of a protest happening in the state assembly will be. Over to you.
Well, Varshini, keep your eyes on that story. Many thanks for joining us there. And Varshini reporting live from outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly, which is gathering.
எங்கள் நாடு எங்கள் நாடு தமிழ்நாடு எங்கள் நாடு பிடிக்கவில்லை என்றால் வெளியேறு வெளியேறு ஆளுநரே வெளியேறு புறக்கணிக்கிறோம் உங்கள் வருகையை புறக்கணிக்கிறோம்
Long live Tamil Nadu, and they are also condemning the governor. They are shouting slogans about how he is interfering in the state government, governance of the state government, and they are also raising slogans about how the governor should leave the state and how the center should take back the governor, and they are also shouting slogans about how this is not Nagaland, this is proud Tamil Nadu, and the people in the state are proud Tamilians, and this is not Tamilagam, and that they will not accept it. So they are continuously raising slogans about how he's not doing his job of working as a governor in the state, rather he's doing the job of how he is another politician. They are raising slogans for him to leave the assembly, to leave the state entirely. They are demanding why
Varshini there from outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly, even as Governor R.N. Ravi delivering his customary address, DMK allies, they're protesting, even as this is happening in the backdrop of the tussle between the governor and the DMK that has been continuing for some time over the pendency of bills, over there's a war of words over various other issues as well, the latest being the Tamilagam for Tamil Nadu issue that the governor has, with his comment, erupted after the governor's comment on Tamilagam. Well, we'll be coming back to this and other news. Time now for a short break on the...
Online Ramiyal
And time now for a short break. As I was telling you, on the other side, more news on the pleas seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath sinking as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing
the NDRF and the SDRF teams are rushed to Joshimath. The NDMA and Border Management Secretary will be visiting the town today. Police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court. Big political fight of exclusion of the Karnataka tableau. The government clarifies, but the Congress politicizes the issue. Controversy erupts in Tamil Nadu over the governor's Tamigalam remark. DMK and allies stage a walkout. The Prime Minister is in Indore, set to inaugurate the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. And the BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party face-off intensifies as the Aam Aadmi Party now appeals to Congress councillors. A mega showdown is expected in the capital. Good morning and thank you very much for joining us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, as forces intensify counter-terror operations, a drone intrusion has been foiled by alert BSF troops in the Gurdaspur sector of Punjab. A Pakistani drone tried to enter the Indian side, which was detected by the BSF troops. Following the standard operating procedure that's in place, BSF troops fired about 72 rounds on the drone. Searches are being conducted in the entire area. Right now, 22 villages are presently being searched jointly by the Punjab Police and the BSF. Now, do remember that the threat from drones has become a big one that security forces are continuing to battle each and every single day, almost on a weekly basis. Now we are reporting drone intrusions in various parts, not just of Jammu and Kashmir, but also of Punjab. Now pictures on your screen are of this latest drone intrusion that has been shot down by the BSF. Alert troops, of course, on the vigil for such intrusions, shot down the drone. We are told that 74 rounds were fired at the drone. Now, even though that the drone has been shot down, there is an intensive search operation that is on to try and figure out whether it was arms or narcotics that were being smuggled into India using these drones. Now, the standard operating procedure in this case, of course, is that teams of the Punjab Police and the BSF will now spread out in areas near this drone to try and identify what was the load that this drone was carrying, whether it was weapons or it was narcotics. So all of that, we are told, is happening even as we speak. Let's go across to Amandeep. He's reporting from Chandigarh. Amandeep, give us more details of what you are hearing from the BSF as well as the Punjab Police.
Well, Nupur, this drone was spotted last night twice, and in fact BSF fired around 74 rounds and even they have shot down the drone, and now the search operation is underway. And in fact yesterday night at 9:35 p.m. and even at 10:15 p.m. this was the two timings when the drone sortie was spotted by the BSF troops at the international border in Gurdaspur, and immediately they started firing after hearing the sound of drone, and even 74 rounds has been fired by the BSF, and even they have shot down one drone. And in fact now the search operation is underway to verify what kind of consignment that drone was supposed to deliver in the Indian territory, in the Indian soil as well. And even the BSF search operation is underway nearby the villages nearby the international border in Gurdaspur. And in fact another bid of Pak drone was foiled by BSF last night, just because Nupur, every single day, every second day, this Pakistani drones were spotted at the international border to deliver the drugs as well as the weapons consignment. And in fact, another bid has been foiled by the BSF. But now BSF, with the help of local police, they are searching the area to verify who's the on-ground worker who is supposed to receive this consignment of drugs or the weapons, and where that consignment has been delivered at the Indian soil as well. So BSF is completely on the alert, Nupur, regarding this drone movement from the side of the Pakistan.
Absolutely. Amandeep, for the moment, thank you for joining us, but do stay with us. We are going to come back to you for more breaking news that we are just getting right now. We are now learning that the Punjab police a cop has been shot dead during a cross-firing with carjackers that occurred in Jalandhar. Let's go across to Amandeep to explain to us what happened. Amandeep, tell us more what happened.
Well, Nupur, this incident reported last night when a car was snatched at a gunpoint in Jalandhar, and in fact immediately after that a constable Kuldeep Singh chased those carjackers, and in fact the carjackers started firing on the cop, and in fact after the cross-firing incident 3 armed men assailants were injured, and even the cop has also received the bullet injury, and late night he has come to his injuries, and in fact 3 were injured, 3 accused were injured who will remain in the hospital. But this cross-firing happened just because that those people tried to jack the car on the gunpoint in the middle of the city in Jalandhar. And even now the Punjab government has also announced the ex gratia of 2 crore rupees to the martyr cop Kuldeep Singh, who is a youngster, who is a constable in Punjab police, and in fact he has also given the certificate of his bravery on the duty, as he has laid down his life in the line of the duty as well. But now further investigation is on that how this carjackers were connected to either any kind of gang, or it was just they alone wanted to snatch a car at a gunpoint, just because cross-firing for a car snatching is not a normal incident, and even the law and order situation has been completely collapsed. Firing, even the cross-firing with the police, is very much normal in the Punjab. So now Jalandhar police is further investigating the case after registering the FIR, and the injured accused were in the civil hospital in Jalandhar, and further investigation and the questioning is still on by the Jalandhar police to verify the facts, who they are and with which gang they have connected. Yes,
yes, absolutely. And obviously, Amandeep, once again, alarm bells ringing as to how these 3 assailants actually had a weapon. They fired at a policeman with such impunity.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. This is a big question. And in fact, when they have snatched the car on a gunpoint, and even this cop was chasing those carjackers from the heart of the city, and in fact, how they have started firing upon the cop as well. This is a big question. Are they really involved into a very serious nature of crime, or they are just the carjackers? This is the big question. And from where these arms are coming, from where they have getting these weapons, and how many weapons they are carrying at that point in time. These are the questions that need to be answered during the course of investigation, and now the police is investigating the entire matter, and in fact the victim has also narrated the entire story, that how his car has been snatched at a gunpoint, and even when they started chasing, the cop was shot at, and in fact later come to his injuries. But now the police is investigating, and even the anti-gangster task force is also roped in for this investigation, that what is the operation they were planning in Punjab. Either they are armed for some kind of serious crime, or they are just the carjackers. So this is a matter of investigation. The further police is investigating.
Stay with us, Amandeep. We're going to come back to you. Let's go across to Mr. Sirsa, who's joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Sirsa. Good morning, Mr. Sirsa. Mr. Sirsa, obviously, there are questions going to be raised about how these petty criminals seem to have access to guns like this one, where, this constable was chasing them. It appeared at least to be a carjacking attempt. However, they shot at the constable and killed him.
See, the situation in law and order problem in Punjab is decreasing day by day. It is so deteriorated now that the petty criminals can do anything. That is the worst part of Punjab now. Reason being because this government is handled by the uncrowned king of Delhi, that is Arvind Kejriwal. That is the reason because he do not know anything about the ground situation of Punjab. but he wants to enjoy the extra constitutional authority. And that is the reason that today Punjab situation is getting worse day by day. Now you see every day the people are killed, innocent people are killed, even the big names, maybe from a kabaddi or made from a big singer like Sidhu Moosewala assassinated and both them killed in last couple of months. But knowingly, Punjab police, everybody knew that how strong this police is. But the only problem here is because the call has to be taken by none other than Arvind Kejriwal, so this is the problem in Punjab and things are getting worse day by day.
Right, Mr. Sirsa, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. So as Mr. Sirsa is pointing out, obviously questions are being raised about what's happening in Punjab. Now, just to tell our viewers about this particular case, we are told that this was a carjacking attempt that was made by 4 people. Now, this constable was trying to stop it when he was fired upon and shot dead.
ਸਾਡੀ ਅਰਬਨ ਸਟੇਟ ਕੋਲ ਖੋਈ ਜੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਗਨ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਤੇ ਖੋਲੀ ਗੱਡੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਗੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਪਏ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕਰਨੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤੀ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਤੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਲੱਗੀ।
Unpointed we tried to chase
ਇੱਥੇ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕੇ
ਕਾਂਸਟੇਬਲ ਕੁਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ received a bullet in a
ਕਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ
crossfire
ਸੀ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੋਰੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚਲਾਈਆਂ ਪਤਾ ਕੁਛ?
4 ਕੇ ਜਣੇ ਸੀ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਣੇ ਸੀ ਜੋ ਗੱਡੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਖੋਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ?
later he was come to injuries at hospital
ਆਪਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਾਂ 2 ਜਣੇ
ਤੁਸੀਂ 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ? ਚਾਰਾਂ ਕੋ ਗਨ ਸੀ?
ਦਿਖਾਈ 2 ਜਣੇ ਨੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ। ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ?
ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਰੇਟਾ ਸੀ।
ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ?
ਮੈਂ ਘਰ
two were carrying the gun
ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਤੇ 200 ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਚੱਲੀ?
returning to my home
ਪਿੰਡ ਸੀ ਜੀ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੱਚਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਰਾਹ ਚ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਿੱਛਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਤੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ।
ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਦੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਟੋਟਲ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਸੀ?
4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ।
ਇਹ 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ। ਐਸਐਚਓ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ?
Well, the Punjab BJP's General Secretary Harjeet Grewal also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Grewal, good morning. Mr. Grewal, it's a little shocking with the as to how much impunity these petty criminals seem to have. Now, 2 of them, we are told, were carrying weapons. Questions also being asked about how easily available weapons have become to petty criminals in Punjab. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Mr. Grewal. We'll try and get him back in just a bit. But here's what we are getting in terms of the latest inputs on this story. We are told that 2 of these men who were involved in a carjacking attempt had weapons. I think Mr. Grewal is back with us on the phone line. Mr. Grewal, earlier I was asking you about, the fact that the law and order situation in Punjab seems to be worsening by the day. And I say that because look at the impunity at which these common petty criminals fired at a constable. And now we are getting more facts in the case that seem to suggest that at least 2 of them had weapons.
देखो पंजाब जो बड़ा पीसफुल स्टेट था उसमें जब से ये आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार आई है तो बहुत ज्यादा गुंडागर्दी और इस तरह के गैंगस्टर्स के और इस तरह के अटैक बढ़ गए हैं और उनको पुलिस का भी डर नहीं रहा क्योंकि पुलिस का इन्होंने जगह जगह जो धरना प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं पुलिस के साथ लोग मारपिटाई करते हैं ये कोई एक्शन नहीं करने देते अपनी इमेज बचाने के चक्कर में। डेमोक्रेसी एक विविधता की ठीक होती है उससे ज्यादा जब उसका दुरुपयोग हो तब थोड़ी सख्ती भी करनी चाहिए। ये इनएक्सपीरियंस गवर्नमेंट है और गैर जिम्मेदार लोग हैं और ये परफॉर्म भी नहीं कर पा रहे डिलीवर भी नहीं कर पा रहे। मुझे ये डर है कि पंजाब बॉर्डर स्टेट है कि इतने हालात खराब ना हो जाए जैसे पहले थे तो फिर दोबारा ये ठीक होना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। उसमें पाकिस्तान को और हमारे खिलाफ साजिश करते हैं उनको एकदम मौका मिल जाता है इन बातों को और वो पूरी तरह से लगे हुए हैं ड्रोन की भी है बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गई है ड्रोन आ रहे हैं।
Mr. Grewal, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there. That's a very poor audio connection we have with you. We can barely hear you. But as we are pointing out, of course, we are now, in this particular case, questions being raised as to how petty criminals seem to have access to these weapons. Also, the other side of the story, of course, is that this appeared to be a carjacking attempt where this young constable lost his life. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come on the other side, controversy erupts in Tamil Nadu over the governor's Tamigam remark. The DMK and its allies stage a walkout. And the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party face-off intensifies in Delhi as the AAP now appeals to Congress councillors for support.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग FIR इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition.
Look at what else is making news this morning. Two crew members of the Air India flight on which the man allegedly urinated on an elderly woman passenger are likely to join the police investigation into the case. The police are also trying to approach other passengers who were on the flight to get their statements. Nabi Yahya Khan was arrested for allegedly making a threat call to the Mumbai police regarding a 1993 blast-like explosion in the city. The police said that Nabi has a dozen cases against him and is also arrested once from Mumbai. The police are yet to ascertain the cause of the threat call. Further investigation in the matter is on. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence of Coimbatore has intercepted 6 passengers who brought gold that was concealed from Sharjah. The total quantity of the gold that has been seized is 3.54 kgs and valued at about 2.05 crore rupees. One person by the name of Muthu Kumar has been arrested in the case. Further investigation is on. Days after a teenager shot a 50-year-old grocery store owner in Khurshida in Bhajpara in New Delhi, the 17-year-old accused has been taken into custody and a pistol has been recovered by the police. As per the preliminary probe that has been conducted, the accused had registered a case under sections 328 and 376 of the IPC and 4 POCSO Act sections against the victim's son in 2021. Further investigation is being carried out. The ex-Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh, who was booked for sexual harassment, was questioned by the SIT for nearly 7 hours at a Sector 26 police station. Now, 2 mobile phones of Sandeep Singh were seized and the SIT is questioning him today again. A couple and their friend were arrested for allegedly murdering a 35-year-old man called Nebashish Pal and dumping his body in an area in Bengaluru. The accused have been identified as Reena Ganesh from Uttar Pradesh and Bijoy from Assam. Due to low visibility at the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi, a flight of Air India Express from Sharjah to Delhi was diverted to Jaipur. Around 15 flights were delayed due to the ongoing weather conditions. Time for a short break. On the other side, police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. And a big political fight of exclusion of Karnataka tableau, the government clarifies its position.
I'm Amandeep Dikshit reporting from Chandigarh, and this is Republic.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग अलग FIR इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely.
Now, Punjab police constable was shot dead during a cross-firing incident with carjackers in Jalandhar. 3 assailants were injured and 1 managed to flee from the spot. 4 armed men snatched a car at gunpoint in Jalandhar. The cop, we are told, chased the armed men, and during the cross-firing that took place, the cop died in that. Now, let's go across to Amandeep. Amandeep, give us more details in terms of what the police investigation is now confirming in terms of whether all 4 of them had weapons or what their, also give us their antecedents.
Well, Nupur, were engaged into the crossfiring, and in fact, when 4 cops started chasing these carjackers last night, all of a sudden they started opening fire on them, and in fact, 2 of the assailants were engaged with the firing, and even the cops has also crossfired on the accused as well, resulting 3 injured, and in fact, 1 managed to flee from the spot. But a loss of a cop is also reported in this crossfiring incident. Constable Kuldeep Singh was shot, and in fact he was come to his injuries during the treatment at a civil hospital in Jalandhar. This entire incident, Nupur, reported in the urban state of Jalandhar, which is the heart of the city, and late night when Avtar Singh, who was a victim of this carjacking case, his car was snatched at a gunpoint, and in fact immediately cops started chasing them. In fact, we can say that these cops were immediately swung into the action, and even without knowing anything, they have downed 3 of the assailants. But now, viewers, we are slipping into a very short break, but stay tuned for more stories on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath, from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
A huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army.
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV, and news just coming in. We are now learning that the Bombay High Court has directed for the release of Chanda Kochar, the ex-ICICI Bank MD and CEO, in a case related to the loan that was granted by her. Now, the Bombay High Court granted interim relief to the former ICICI Bank MD and CEO Chanda Kochar and her businessman husband Deepak Kochar. The court has ordered their release in the plea alleging an illegal arrest. Chanda and Deepak Kochar were arrested on the 23rd of December, while Chanda Kochar, of course, is lodged in the Baikala district jail. Deepak Kochar is lodged in the Arthur Road jail. Now, do remember that the Bombay High Court had on Friday reserved its order on petitions that were filed by the former ICICI Bank Managing Director and CEO Chanda Kochar and her husband Deepak Kochar over the issue of alleged illegal arrest. Now, the Kochars, of course, had sought interim relief on the grounds that this arrest was illegal, and their advocates had argued that the CBI's arrest was arbitrary and illegal on grounds that she was allegedly arrested without compliance under Section 46(4) of the Criminal Procedure Code, as there had been no presence of a female officer during her arrest. Shawan Sen on the phone line with me. He has more details on this. Shawan, good morning. Give us more details in terms of what the court has said about their arrest. We do understand that they have been released as of now.
In fact, this has come across with a big embarrassment.
All right, I think that's a very poor audio connection that we have with Shawan Sen. We'll try and get him back in just a bit. But as I was earlier saying, of course, the argument from the Kochar side has been that this was an illegal arrest where proper procedure was not followed. And we are given to understand that the Bombay High Court, which it had reserved its decision on Friday, has now directed for both Chanda as well as Deepak Kochar to be released immediately. Chanda Kochar, of course, is lodged at the Baikala jail, and Deepak Kochar, we are given to understand, is lodged at another jail. Now, a Punjab police constable was shot dead during cross-firing incident with carjackers in Jalandhar. 3 assailants were injured and one managed to flee the spot after 4 armed men snatched a car at gunpoint in the city. The policeman, we are told, was part of a group of other policemen which were chasing these armed men, and in the cross-firing that resulted from the incident, Kuldeep Singh unfortunately lost his life. Let's listen in to some eyewitness accounts of what happened.
ਗੱਡੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਅਰਬਨ ਸਟੇਟ ਕੋਲ ਖੋਈ ਜੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਗਨ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਤੇ ਖੋਲੀ ਗੱਡੀ। ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ। ਗੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਪਏ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕਰਨੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤੀ। ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕੇ ਹੀ ਡੈਥ ਹੋ ਗਈ।
ਛੋਟੇ ਬਾਈ ਜੀ, ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੋਰੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚਲਾਈਆਂ, ਪਤਾ ਕੁਛ?
4 ਕੇ ਜਣੇ ਸੀ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਣੇ ਸੀ ਜੋ ਗੱਡੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਖੋਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ?
ਆਪਾਂ 2 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ 2? ਉਹ 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ? ਚਾਰਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਗਨ ਸੀ?
ਦਿਖਾਈ 2 ਜਣਿਆਂ ਨੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ। ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ?
ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਰੇਟਾ ਸੀ।
ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ?
ਮੈਂ ਘਰ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ, ਰਮਸੜ ਘਰ ਸੀ। ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ 200 ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ? ਗੋਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਚੱਲੀ ਸੀ? ਫਲੋਰ ਕਿੱਥੇ?
ਪਿੰਡ ਸੀ ਜੀ ਕੋਈ। ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੱਚਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਰਾਹ 'ਚ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਿੱਛਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਤੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ।
ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਦੀ ਗੋਲੀ, ਕਿੰਨੇ ਟੋਟਲ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਸੀ?
4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ ਜੀ।
ਇਹ 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ। SHO ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ?
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੌਣ ਸੀ। ਵਰਦੀ ਪਾਈ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੌਣ।
ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਦਾ ਕੁਝ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ?
ਚੇਸਿੰਗ ਦ ਅਕਿਊਜ਼ਡ
ਮਿਲ ਗਈ ਜੀ। ਬੰਦੇ ਫੜ
ਦੇ ਆਲ ਵਰ ਇਨ ਦ ਯੂਨੀਫਾਰਮ।
ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ ਕਿ ਭੱਜ ਗਏ ਸੀ? ਨਾ ਕੁਝ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ?
ਨਹੀਂ,
they have apprehended the accused, but then they started opening firing on the police.
All right, Amandeep, of course, is reporting on this story. Amandeep, questions are being raised about the lawlessness in Punjab over this incident, particularly given the fact that these gangsters, as they appear to be now, did have access to arms as well.
It's very common and it's very easy, Nupur. And in fact, not only the gangsters, the locals who were who involved into the petty crimes, even they have very much approach to these arms. Just because arms are very much common in Punjab, and every second youth is having and possessing the arm, and even the Punjab police have run such kind of drives against this brandishing of weapons and arms. And in fact, they have also registered.
Amandeep, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there, but do stay with us. Let's go across to Mr. Poonawalla from BJP on this. Mr. Poonawalla, the big debate today about, this story that's coming out of Punjab, which is extremely shocking, is that the impunity with which gangsters are operating in Punjab and the impunity with which they shot dead this constable who was actually chasing them as a part of a team of the police which was investigating a carjacking attempt.
This has now become the norm ever since the Aam Aadmi Party government has come to power in Punjab. Nasha mafia and criminal gangs have got a complete free run. Just last week there was a brutal killing of a person in Ludhiana, in one of the villages around Ludhiana, inside his house. Before that in Tarn we have seen criminal gangs operating with impunity from day one. You have seen the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. You have seen how his accused killer was allowed to escape. We have seen how free run is given to radicals in Patiala and other places. We have seen the RPG attack in Mohali headquarters. So the police is being misused by Arvind Kejriwal, the super CM, for his political vendetta. And meanwhile, the policemen are not being given a free hand to track down criminals. And such kind of things then take place. Every second day there is a criminal gang war or a killing that takes place. And because of the entire free hand given to these elements by the Aam Aadmi Party government, we have seen these incidents take place. It is shocking state of affairs, and Mr. Bhagwant Mann should be holding himself accountable.
Right, Mr. Poonawalla, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. So questions being asked about the law and order situation in Punjab, where this young constable lost his life even as he was chasing criminals trying to thwart their carjacking attempt that took place in Jalandhar. Going back to Amandeep on the ground right now. Amandeep, has any statement come out of the police in terms of the investigation that is being carried out in this case so far?
Well, Nupur, so far they are tight-lipped regarding the investigation, just because this is a very serious incident where a cop has lost his life in the line of duty, and even now they are deeply investigation. In fact, even not only Jalandhar police and even several teams from Chandigarh is also investigating the case and identifying and verifying the connections of these carjackers, that either they are connected with any kind of gang, either it is a deep-rooted conspiracy, or it was just a spur of the movement regarding the carjacking incident. This is a very serious question, and even Nupur, if it's just a carjacking incident and these accused were heavily armed and they have that kind of attitude to open the fire against the cops, that is a big question on the law and order situation. That is a clear-cut impact that there is no such kind of impression of Punjab police on these gangsters and on these criminals who are actually having the mindset. In fact, when they started opening fire on cops, that is not a very normal thing. Normally, after witnessing the cops on the spot or chasing getting the chase by the cops, these kind of criminals always try to flee from the spot. But this confrontational raises a certain very big questions on the government and in fact on the Punjab police, that they don't have any kind of hard impression on these criminals. If today carjackers are opening fire and even in crossfiring one cop was shot down, and in fact what will happen next to the theft cases, it has also been
Absolutely, Amandeep. Obviously, as you're pointing out, there are questions on law and order being asked about Punjab. Thank you very much for the moment, Amandeep, for joining us. Anubrata Mondal has filed a fresh plea before the Delhi High Court challenging his arrest. Mondal, in his fresh plea, has contended that he was not supplied the grounds of arrest as mandated under Section 19 of the PMLA. So, Anubrata Mondal filing a fresh plea before the Delhi High Court challenging his arrest. Do remember that Mondal has filed this fresh plea in which he has contended that he was not supplied the grounds of arrest as mandated under Section 19 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So this is a huge development that has taken place in the cattle smuggling case. Do remember that Anubrata Mondal is one of the main accused in the cattle smuggling case. He has now challenged his arrest, saying that his arrest, the grounds of his arrest were not supplied to him as is mandated under Section 19 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Kishale is joining us right now from the Bangla newsroom. He has more details. Kishale, good morning. Give us more details about this plea that has been filed.
pleas. This is especially in order to avoid his transfer from here in Asansol to Delhi. This is a new plea that he has filed, a fresh plea that says that when he was arrested, he was not supplied with the grounds of arrest. There is a particular memo or a paper that needs to be supplied to the person arrested and his lawyer, and he says that it was not supplied to him, and that is the reason that he is requesting for this, he's challenging his arrest, and he is requesting this fresh plea that he has filed in the Delhi High Court. Therefore, it is understood that Anubrata Mondal, who is trying badly to stop his transfer from Asansol jail to Tihar jail, because he understands that in order to if he is taken from Kolkata to Delhi or from Asansol to Delhi, he will lose his upper hand in this case. Therefore, this is the best chance that he can take in order to stop this transfer. He is trying his best. His lawyers have been applying for back-to-back pleas in different courts, especially in the High Court and Delhi High Court as well. This is a new one in which he says that he has not been supplied with the document that was required, especially at the grounds of arrest under which he was arrested. Therefore, he is challenging this whole decision in the Delhi High Court. Nupur.
All right, Kishale reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. So as Kishale is pointing out, his lawyers, Anubrata Mondal's lawyers, have challenged his arrest yet again in the cattle smuggling case. To remember that the Calcutta High Court has denied him bail on Wednesday in this same case. And here's a look at more news in brief this morning. 2 crew members of an Air India flight on which a man allegedly urinated on an elderly woman co-passenger are likely to join the police investigation into the case. The police are also trying to approach other passengers who were on the flight to get their statements. A person by the name of Nabi Yahya Khan was arrested for allegedly making a threat call to the Mumbai police regarding a 1993 blast-like explosion in the city. The police said that Nabi has a dozen cases against him and was also arrested once from Mumbai. The police are yet to ascertain the cause of the threat call. Further investigation into the matter is underway. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence of Coimbatore has intercepted 6 passengers who brought gold in concealment from Sharjah. The total quantity of the gold that has been seized is about 3.54 kgs, valued at over 2 crore rupees. One person by the name of Muthu Kumar has been arrested in the case. Days after a teenager shot at a 50-year-old grocery store owner in New Delhi, the 17-year-old accused has been taken into custody and a pistol has been recovered from him. As per the preliminary probe, a case has been registered against the accused under Section 328 and 376 of the Indian Penal Code. Ex-Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh, who was booked for sexual harassment, was questioned by the SID for nearly 7 hours at Sector 26 Police Station of Chandigarh. 2 mobile phones of Sandeep Singh were seized and the SID will question him again today. A couple and their friend were arrested for allegedly murdering a 35-year-old man called Nebashish Pal and dumping his body in an area in Bengaluru. The accused have been identified as Reena and Gangesh from Uttar Pradesh and Bijoy from Assam. Preliminary probe has revealed that a CCTV video footage captured the accused shifting the victim's body on a bike. Due to low visibility at the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi, a flight of Air India Express from Sharjah to Delhi was diverted to Jaipur. Around 15 flights were delayed due to ongoing weather conditions. An illegally constructed building of Adigam Coaching Centre was demolished in Jaipur in Rajasthan after the owners failed to meet the deadline of vacating the place. Notices were sent under Section 32 and 72 to the 4 coaching operators, including the teacher recruitment paper leak accused Anil Agarwal. The JDU's National President Lallan Singh has said that instead of Narendra Modi, Nitish Kumar deserves to be the country's Prime Minister. He further added that the Prime Minister implemented the same scheme in 2019 as was implemented by Nitish Kumar in 2015.
2019 में लागू करते हैं, जो योजना मुख्यमंत्री 2015 में लागू करते हैं, उसको आप 2019 में लागू करते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री के बनने के लायक नरेंद्र मोदी है कि नीतीश कुमार जी है, ये फैसला आपको करना है इस बिहार की जनता को।
After the military had to intervene to control thousands of protesters of the former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, who wreaked havoc on the streets of Brasilia in protest against Bolsonaro's election defeat, Prime Minister Modi said that he was deeply concerned about the situation. He further said that democratic traditions must be respected and that India will extend full support to Brazilian authorities. Well, there is controversy that is surrounding the release of a book. The BJP will be releasing a book on Siddaramaiah at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, we're given to understand that the book aims to highlight the Congress's soft stance towards the PFI and withdrawal of cases against the PFI. Let's go across to Prajwal, who's reporting on this from Bengaluru. He has more details on this. Prajwal, give us more details of what this book is about and what it highlights.
As of now, we get to understand that this book will be available on public platforms, on websites, and also it will be available as a hard copy to the general public about what the Siddaramaiah's government has done. Mainly now it is showing about Siddaramaiah's stance on the PFI and his pro-PFI stance here, because he had gone on to withdraw 175 cases against the PFI in 2015 when his government came to power regarding the 2009 communal riots which took place in Mysuru. And apart from this, they are also highlighting the Congress as well as Siddaramaiah's stance on Tipu Sultan and how he went soft against Tipu Sultan, and how once the Congress came into power, they allowed Tipu Jayanti to be celebrated across Karnataka, and also they made it mandatory at government institutions and government offices too. So this is one particular book which will be released by the BJP by Cabinet Minister Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan at 3 p.m. Today, and we are also having many other BJP leaders like Chaluvadi Narayan Swamy who will be present there. It is also now being stated that they have taken a dig about the corruption practices during Siddaramaiah's government which had taken place, and this is something which the BJP wants to present ahead of the assembly elections too. And even as we are seeing this, the Congress has opposed this move by the BJP, and now they are trying to approach the cops to make sure that this book is not released, and the Congress, to go on and counter this book release event, have released their own set of manuals about what Siddaramaiah's government had done for the people, and highlighting the schemes, the pro-people schemes that he had done. Indira Canteen, Shadi Bhagya, Anna Bhagya, and also the free eggs and milk being given to students during Siddaramaiah's government. So it is definitely quite a war of words out there, but the Congress is strongly opposing that the book release event should not go, and if it is held, they will go on and conduct a huge protest, not only in Bengaluru but also across Karnataka, is what is being stated now.
So Prajwal, do you see, perhaps tensions heightening over this book release, and in terms of the Congress, how are they preparing to deal with this?
Definitely now tensions are definitely heightening here, and also there has been a war of words between the BJP and the Congress leaders here. And apart from that, they are also approaching the local police, stating that permission should not be given. But there is already a huge event that has been organized today, which will be held shortly at 3 p.m. And the BJP is saying that there is no going back, and they will release the book as well. And this book is being compared to a drama which was conducted, to a play which was staged in Karnataka calling Tipu's True Dreams. So comparatively, the BJP is comparing Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan, and now they have titled a book stating Siddaramaiah's True Dreams. And this is something which the Congress have not taken lightly. So we will have to wait for these political developments. And as
all right,
for the
hold your thoughts for a minute, Prajwal. We'll come back to you. Tanveer Ahmed from the JDS is on the phone line with us. Mr. Ahmed, good morning. Mr. Ahmed, obviously, heightening tension between the BJP and the Congress over this book that the BJP aims to release. What do you make of it?
So firstly, we need to really understand two aspects of it. One, BJP drawing a parallel to Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan. Tipu Sultan was way ahead of his time. He was a great leader, great warrior, freedom fighter, and comparing Tipu Sultan and Siddaramaiah is absolutely uncalled for. And second thing, the book, which is going to be launched today by the Honorable Education Minister and former Deputy Chief Minister of BJP, Mr. Ashwath Narayan, is totally horrendous, horrible, and it is really low when it is on a political front. There was a book of Girish Karnad which says Tipu's dreams, and then now they are saying that Siddaramaiah's dreams. Actually, I would like to tell both the national parties that dream is delectable, reality is quite harsh. Kannadigas have really understood the drama of BJP and the drama of Congress, who are trying to lure people on the basis of religion without any work. On the basis of drama, you can't really fool people of Karnataka who are educated, who are really understand. Tupur, let me ask one question to BJP leaders. What is their contribution for Karnataka? 40% corruption, agrarian crisis, demolishing the aspirations of youth, taking away jobs from Karnataka and going to Hyderabad, and lowest of low when it comes to investment. We have got 27% low investment. So BJP can't really do drama anymore, and people of Karnataka are going to give befitting reply to both the national parties.
Absolutely. Mr. Ahmed, thank you very much for joining us. So the JDS over there saying that this is cheap political tactics that are being employed by both the Congress as well as the BJP. We slip into a very short break here. On the other side, we bring you more news. A plea seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster is to be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. And Prime Minister Modi is in Indore. He's set to inaugurate the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition, several grenades.
That the people of Joshimath are still in fear, and the situation remains tense. Let me give you the sense once from where I am reporting, and we can see the condition what is happening over here. We do understand, as we are reporting from last 4 days and seeing what exactly the condition at this point in time is, and we can see how the building is is shifting from its place now. We have seen several cracks on the roads. We have seen several cracks on the walls, on other buildings in the hotels. So this exactly is the condition where this has been stated very much clearly by the administration that there is no option for the people now, but they will have to leave. They will have to leave their houses. That is something what we are seeing. Let me also give you the sense from this particular house where we can see the numbers of cracks. You can clearly see these people are shifting their house now. They are not left with any other option but to leave their house. This is the red mark which has been put in now over here, and this is to indicate that yes, this is one of the affected property. Let me go down and ask my video journalist to give you the sense clearly that what is being happening here. And if we talk about the cracks, then I can see all over. I can see the cracks. What is happening? We'll try and talk to someone to understand if we can get a sense.
पूरे दिखाओ क्या करना क्या बोलो सही जोशीमठ वैसे ही हो रहेगा क्या कहाँ जाऊँ खाली कमरे में रख रहे हम सामान ये पूरे जाने वाले हैं नीचे
अभी आप लोग को क्या बोला गया माता जी कि यहाँ से अब खाली
कर दो ये 10 बजे को खाली कर दो हम यहाँ सील करेंगे सरकार ने 10 बजे को आज 10 बजे के तुम जितने सामान साफ सकते हो ले जाओ नहीं ले जाना तो यहीं रख लो यहाँ तुम्हारा सामान कुछ नहीं हुआ तुम्हारे लिए व्यवस्था हो जाएगा तभी तो है नहीं कमरे का है नहीं हमारे व्यवस्था के लिए अब देखेंगे शाम तक क्या बोलेंगे
कौन कौन है आपके परिवार में जो
हाँ बहू है बुढ़े है बच्चे है लड़का है
You are with Republic TV. On the other side, it's a big political fight of exclusion of the Karnataka taboo. The government clarifies its position. And the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party face-off intensifies as the AAP now appeals to Congress councillors.
I'm Piyush Mishra in New Delhi, and this is Republic.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I'm reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I'm reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
Top headlines at 11:30. Punjab constable shot dead while chasing down criminals. BJP questions law and order situation. NDRF and SDRF teams rush to Joshimath, NDMA and Border Management Secretary to visit Uttarakhand today. Big political fight of exclusion of Karnataka taboo. Government clarifies, but Congress politics continues. Controversy erupts in Tamil Nadu over Governor's Tamizagam remark. DMK and allies stage walkout. Thousands storm Brazilian Congress in support of Bolsonaro. The Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi condemns violence. Alright, we start with newsbreak coming in from Punjab, where a police constable was shot dead during a cross-firing with carjackers in Jalandhar. We're given to understand that 3 assailants were also injured in this incident, whereas one accused managed to flee the spot. There were 4 armed men who snatched a car at gunpoint in Jalandhar. So this incident coming to light from Jalandhar, where a Punjab police constable was shot dead in broad daylight. In fact, the still of the police constable who was shot dead in broad daylight is on your screens. And questions, of course, being raised over the law and order situation in the state of Punjab. Amandeep reporting live on that story. Amandeep, this is not the first time that we are seeing the law and order situation gone for a complete toss in the state. Any word coming in from the government so far as to how did this really happen? And if you could give us more details, what really led to this police officer being shot dead?
Well, Samiksha, no official statement has been released that what really happened last night during this incident. Just because from the statement of the victim, it has came to fore that 4 persons have snatched a car last night at a gunpoint, and in fact, after that, 4 cops were chasing that car, immediately swung into action. And this martyred constable Kuldeep Singh is one of them. And in fact, even when the police was chasing the car, immediately the assailants started opening fire on the police, and even when they has been apprehended by the police. And in fact, all of a sudden, when they opened the fire, Constable Kuldeep Singh received a bullet injury, and late night he succumbed to the injuries during his treatment. But meanwhile, when police also opened the fire, when the cross-firing was happening, 3 of them...
Just hold your thoughts for a moment. We have BJP's RP Singh also joining us. If I can get your first reaction, this is not the first time, of course, law and order situation is only deteriorating in the state. Your first response, and what is exactly the opposition going to do about the law and order situation in the state?
Well, the local government, the one-man government has lost control over the administration and over the complete system of the Punjab. Is more busy doing politics and other affairs than focusing on Punjab. And also, that message in the police and the administration is that be soft toward gangster and Khalistanis and radicals, because it's a payback time. I mean, they took help from all such elements during elections, and now the strict action has not been taken. Otherwise, one after another incidents which are happening. I mean, the police stations are being fired at by the RPGs, or the key people in the state have been killed. Target killings are happening in Punjab now. Letters of threats are going to people in China or Jalandhar or all other industrial states to vacate the state. So this is very serious, and then I hope Mr. Bapodman and Mr. K.
Yes, sir. Yes, obviously the Aam Aadmi Party will have a lot to answer at this point in time. Thank you for speaking to us. So BJP's RP Singh questioning the state government in relation to the law and order situation in the state of Punjab, where the state police constable was shot dead during a cross-firing with carjackers in Jalandhar. We're given to understand that 3 assailants were injured and 1, however, managed to flee from the spot. We yet to get more details as to what really was the cause for this. Amandeep, of course, continues to be with us. Amandeep, if you could give us more details, anything known so far about the 4th accused who is still on the run is what we're given to understand.
Well, Samiksha, the statement of the 3 assailants who were injured are yet to be recorded just because they are under the treatment. And even the police is investigating this case in a very deep manner, that either this group of 4 belongs to any kind of gang or terror link, or what are their plans and why they are carrying weapons, just because carjacking incident is not the first time reported in Punjab and even on the gunpoint. But that crossfiring never took place, Samiksha, before this. And in fact, if they are so much in the scare that if the police chase them, there might be something to hide with them. So that is the reason the police is investigating in a very deep manner that what is the intention of these carjackers and why they are heavily armed when they came to snatch a car. So these are all questions that are yet to be answered, just because the investigation is underway and the statement of the injured accused are yet to be recorded, just because they are under the treatment. And once the doctors will allow the police to question them, the entire story will be disclosed, that why it happened and how it happened and with what purpose. Yes.
Yes, Amandeep, talking about the gun culture that you were mentioning earlier, let's not forget Sidhu Moosewala's murder as well, how it happened in broad daylight. These are some serious questions that the state government will have to answer. If you can once again, talk to us about various incidents that have been reported in the past as well, which points to the fact that yes, there are these, the government really needs to take serious note of these incidents happening in broad daylight.
Well, Samiksha, 2 things are very much common in Punjab these days among youth. One is drugs, and specifically heroin, and another is weapons. And every single youth is all passionate to have a weapon among them, and in fact this is the result that how the society is indulging towards them. RPG attack in Mohali headquarters is also resulted by a youngster, a minor, and even RPG attack at Tarantaran police station was also resulted by a minor who's under the age, and in fact who has fired the RPG at police station. And in fact you can imagine that how these terrorists and gangsters are exploiting this youth who is the next generation, and putting the guns into their hands. And even the police have run several drives against this gun culture in Punjab, registered several FIRs whosoever have posted the photographs on the social media with the weapons or brandishing the weapons or promoting the weapons. But the result is null and void. This is the result. This is how the youth is getting indulged into the gun culture in Punjab, and resulting such kind of carjacking incidents with the crossfiring in which one cop was lost his life in the line of duty. This is what happened. The police and the government has posed a lot that they are trying to control the law and order situation in Punjab. They are working against the gun culture in Punjab, but the impact is null and void. Yes, Samiksha.
Yes, Amandeep, thank you for the moment. And as Amandeep was telling us, several such incidents that have come to light in recent past. And let's not forget the Amritpal rally as well that was allowed to happen with those supporters of Amritpal Singh as well, who were seen openly brandishing their weapons. And of course, Sidhu Moosewala's murder, which also happened in broad daylight. All right, getting in more news break, this one in relation to the Joshimath matter. We're given to understand that the Supreme Court will now be hearing the matter tomorrow. So the petitioner there is seeking proper compensation for those, for the families who've been affected in Joshimath. Remember, over 600 families have been affected as a result of the land subsidence being seen in Joshimath, affected so many families in Joshimath. In fact, several of them have also been shifted to temporary relief structures. Latest, of course, coming in that the matter is all set to be heard in the Supreme Court tomorrow. So all eyes will be on that hearing, which will take place tomorrow. In fact, let's listen into that reaction as well that has come in from the advocate. who's filed a petition stating that how it needs to be declared a national disaster.
आज हमने मेंशन किया और ऑनरेबल चीफ जस्टिस ने कहा कि मेंशनिंग लिस्ट में डाल करके कल जो है मेंशन करिए, इसको सुनेंगे। हमारी याचिका में मुख्य मांग ये है कि इसको जो है वो नेशनल डिसास्टर डिक्लेयर किया जाए और नेशनल डिसास्टर डिक्लेयर करने के उसके जो कॉन्सिक्वेंसेज होते हैं कि वहाँ के नागरिकों को इवैक्यूएट करे सरकार अपने खर्च पर, उनके जिनके मकानों में दरार आ गई है उनके मकानों को फिर से रिपेयर करें या जो है उनके मकानों का निर्माण करें। अगर ये भी नहीं हो सकता है तो उनका पुनर्वास सरकार अपने खर्च पर करे और उनके जान माल की रक्षा करे।
And straight away cutting across to those visuals coming in of the mega protest being staged by the Aam Aadmi Party against the Delhi LG. So these are the protests being seen. Another escalation, of course, when we talk about the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party face-off. These protests are taking place, of course, in the national capital with several of those Aam Aadmi Party leaders and those supporters staging a protest against the Delhi LG. In fact, these protests are being staged outside the LG's residence.
भाजपा तो विरोध क्यों कर रही है समझ नहीं आता। मतलब एक तो चोरी और सीनाजोरी वाला विरोध है। हमारा विरोध ये है कि 10 जो मनोनीत पार्षद बनाए गए उनको पहले शपथ दिलाने का कहीं कोई रूल नहीं है। वो शपथ इसलिए दिलाना चाहते थे कि उनकी वोटिंग पहले करा दें, सिर्फ इसलिए वो जल्दी कर रहे थे। और बात यह है कि वोटिंग उनकी पहले हो भी जाती तब भी मेयर हमारी बन जाती उस दिन आराम से, हमें पता है ये बात। लेकिन हमें इन शर्तों पे लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने के बाद सरकार मिले, ऐसी सरकारों से हमारे जो मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं वो ऐसी सरकारें नहीं चाहते जिसमें लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो। हम एक अच्छा लोकतंत्र, एक सिद्धांतों की राजनीति देश को देना चाहते हैं, इसके लिए ये लड़ाई है।
मेयर के चुनाव के लिए पहले ही काफी समय लेट हो चुका है, कोई तारीख तय की गई है?
अभी तक तारीख एलजी साहब ने दी नहीं है। एलजी साहब जब तारीख देंगे, जब अमित शाह जी उनको देंगे तब वो हमें देंगे।
लगता है कि दिल्ली की जनता इंतजार कर रही है, मेयर कौन बनेगा, डिप्टी मेयर कौन बनेगा?
दिल्ली की जनता बिल्कुल तैयार कर रही है, मतलब इंतजार कर रही है और उन्हें पता है कि शैली ओबराय मेयर बनेंगी, लेकिन वो डेट कब आएगी वो देखिए।
As the AAP is staging a protest outside the LG residence, the BJP is also staging a protest. Piyush and Madhurima covering those protests by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. First going across to Piyush, who's getting us those visuals and the details of the AAP staging a protest. Piyush, if you could once again give us more details as to what is the reason for this protest being staged by the Aam Aadmi Party outside the LG's residence.
Well, Samiksha, this protest is right now taking place in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in National Capital, and Aam Aadmi Party workers and leaders are planning to take out a protest march from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters till the LG house, and they have now been stopped by the Delhi police. Let me straight away try to show you the pictures of this protest which is now underway, and this protest is taking place against the kind of behavior which was done allegedly by BJP. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming, and that is why Aam Aadmi Party workers are now taking out this protest march. You can see as to how they are sitting there on the roads after they are being stopped. They are holding this placard which reads "Bhajpa walo sharm karo, संविधान की हत्या करना बंद करो." So protest versus protest is taking place after the kind of visuals, unprecedented visuals we saw coming in from Delhi Civic Center, where full-blown war took place, violence took place, brawls were exchanged, and here the Aam Aadmi Party workers are sitting on the protest. Let me try to talk to them and understand as to what are the reasons as to why they are sitting here and for how long they will continue their protest. क्या कारण है आप लोग?
We are protesting against the brutal killing of Constitution by Bhajpa. According to Constitution, the party which has largest number of members will form its Pitasin Adhikari, who is senior most Pitasin Adhikari, and also it will form the government, it will form its mayor, but BJP having lesser number of members is trying to make its mayor by foul means.
But the question here is that BJP is saying that their councillors have been attacked by Aam Aadmi Party councillors. We also saw the pictures coming in where one of your councillors was seen holding a chair in his hand and he was trying to throw it on a BJP councillor. How are we going to justify this?
No, it's completely false statement by Bhajpa. In fact, the Gundagardi was started by BJP councillors.
You concluded this?
Now, our councillors tried to protect themselves. We did not start it. BJP councillors started, and
even if aldermen nominated members take oath first, what's wrong in that?
The reason is because they were trying to make their mayor. Therefore, they wanted to use.
But the allegation coming in from Aam Aadmi Party workers, आपके हाथ में तख्ती है, क्या मांगा?
हमारा मांगना यह है कि जो संविधान में लिखा है उसको ठीक ढंग से वो लागू किया जाए।
लिखा है क्या कहना?
जो भी है, जैसा कि नॉमिनेट पार्षद है उनको बाद में वो दी जाती है और वो
मतलब थोड़ी सर कानून हाथ में ले लेंगे, लड़ाई झगड़ा थोड़ी करेंगे।
मचा रखे सबसे पहले नॉमिनेट पार्षदों को ही उन्होंने और दिलाने की कोशिश की, जो कि गलत है। संविधान में ये कहीं
आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, जो जीते हुए जो पार्षद हैं, जिसको जनता ने जिता के भेजा है, उनकी हत्या करी जा रही है, उनका मान सम्मान डाउन किया जा रहा है। जिन साथियों को आपने नॉमिनेट किया है, उन साथियों को बीजेपी ने
बोला क्या था कि जिनकी शपथ जो नॉमिनेटेड है उनकी शपथ के बाद आपकी शपथ नहीं होगी, ऐसा बोला था?
कोई सूचना नहीं थी,
लड़ाई झगड़ा क्यों
नहीं था। उन्होंने जीते हुए पार्षदों को नीचे दिखाने के लिए जिन लोगों को उन्होंने नॉमिनेट बनाया है वो सारे के सारे बीजेपी के लोग हैं।
This is what the voice coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party workers. Let me try to show you the pictures of barricading those that have been put up here. These workers have now been stopped here by police personnel have been deployed. CRPF personnel have been deployed here. Multiple layers of barricading has been done to stop these workers. In fact, water cannon have also been called in, looking into the massive protest which has been announced by Aam Aadmi Party. Samiksha.
Yes, Piyush, stay with us. So Piyush and Madhurima, they're getting us those details of the protests being held there simultaneously by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Madhurima, they're getting us those details and reporting from that location where the BJP is staging a protest. Madhurima, for our viewers also, it is all regarding the showdown which has happened in recent past over the mayor post. Talk to us about what really happened inside the Civic House and what exactly is the claim being made by the BJP at this point in time.
Well, Samiksha, this massive protest has been organized just few kilometers away from the residence of Chief Minister of the national capital. Now, what the events that unraveled in the house were that the BJP was claiming that the AAP workers were drunk and that they were misbehaving and that they could not tolerate the presence of BJP workers. The BJP workers have also alleged, I request my camera person to show you as I speak, the massive protest that has erupted just few kilometers away from the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and they are marching towards the residence. They want to put a showdown there to register their voice, but the BJP has been claiming that the unruly Aam Aadmi Party workers became very aggressive. The entire atmosphere was very aggravated in the house, and also multiple female workers have alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party workers didn't even leave them. They pulled them from here. They tried to tear their clothes. So such was an environment. So we'll move back into the protest and try and speak to some of the protesters over here as to what do they demand today and what do they really have in mind when they are going for a showdown.
मांग सिर्फ ये है कि जो निगम पार्षद अगर आए हुए हैं, एलजी साहब ने जिनको चुना है तो वो शपथ ही तो ले रहे हैं। केजरीवाल जी अपने निगम पार्षद जो गुंडे के स्वरूप में जो वहां मारपीट कर रहे हैं, वो संविधान का उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं, वो उन्हें उस समय माफी मांगनी चाहिए और सदन को चलना चाहिए।
लेकिन वो ये कह रहे हैं कि
इन्होंने कोई मारपीट नहीं करी है। सदन पर जब उन्हें संविधान के तौर पे शपथ दिलाने की बात करी गई है तो सिर्फ शपथ ले रहे थे। ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ आम आदमी पार्टी के निगम पार्षद ने कहा है। और आप देखिए कि इतना ज्यादा दुष्प्रचार है कि जो हमारी महिला निगम पार्षद हमारी साथी थी, उनके साथ में भी धक्का मुक्की करी गई है। हमारे महिलाओं के हाथों में लगे हुए, यहाँ तक उनके बाल पकड़ के खींचे गए हैं और गुंडागर्दी। और आप देखिए आम आदमी पार्टी की जो आतिशी जो विधायक है, विधायक रहते हुए भी उन्होंने उस मर्यादा का उल्लंघन करा है कि एक महिला होते हुए भी महिलाओं का
तक जा रहा है ये आपका प्रोटेस्ट, कहाँ तक लेके गए?
ये हम इसे सोए हुए केजरीवाल को जगाना चाहते हैं। आप सिविक सेंटर जैसी है कि दिल्ली की भोली भाली जनता के मंदिर में जाकर तुम उसका अपमान करते हो, वहाँ जाकर पब्लिक के सामने के हमें ये नहीं करने दे रहे। अरे जब तुम्हारे पास फुल बहुमत है तो तुम झगड़ा क्यों कर रहे हो? चक्कू वो लेकर जाते, छुरी वो लेकर जाते, वो तो दूसरे ताहिर पैदा कर रहे हैं। अमरनाथ चैन वो चाहते कब है?
इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं कि आपकी तरफ से भी मारपीट की गई।
आप हमसे ज्यादा आप देखते हो, आपने देखी होंगी सारी फुटेज। शुरुआत सब उन्होंने करी है, हमारी को क्या करा उन्होंने?
So you can see that the people are saying that they are innocent. This protest is getting aggressive. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break to keep you ahead of these massive protests erupting in the national capital.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
A huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these two are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग अलग FIR इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the...
Continuously getting you those live visuals coming in from the national capital, where it is a high voltage drama. BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party staging a protest. The Aam Aadmi Party staging a protest against the BJP, whereas the visuals, in fact, those are the visuals that are coming in of the protest being staged by the BJP against the Aam Aadmi Party over the mayor post. Madhurima there at the location getting us all those details. Madhurima, once again, if you can talk to some of those BJP leaders and talk to them, you know, what really happened inside the civic house that particular day when we saw those unruly behavior, the unruly scenes in which there was a fist fight. Several of those leaders also engaged in that fist fight, as well as that altercation between the two parties.
Well, absolutely, Samisha, and which is why such a massive protest has been organized over here. My Vijay Surinder Rawat is bringing you these live visuals over here, and as you can see, big banners, placards have been put on display to express the ire and the anguish of the Bharatiya Janata Party workers over here. So we'll move forward and talk to them as to what do they demand and how are they going to aggravate this entire process of protest as they move towards the Chief Minister's
लड़ाई स्टार्ट किसने करी? अगर आप जीत के आए हैं, फ्लोर टेस्ट हो रहा है, उसे होने दीजिए। आप रोक किस ले रहे हैं? अगर संविधान में आपकी आस्था नहीं है तो ही आप ये काम कर रहे हैं। संविधान में आस्था हो तो आपको ये काम करने की जरूरत नहीं है। पूरे सदन में देखा गया जिस प्रकार से आम आदमी पार्टी की विधायक आतिशी लोगों को सिस्टम बता रही थी, आप यहाँ दरवाजा बंद करो, उसको मार दो, उसे रोक दो। वो कौन सा संविधान था? केजरीवाल जी के घर की तरफ कूच करने का कारण है कि आंखें खोले, दिल्ली की जनता की जो काम है उसको काम वो करें और काम भी करने दें। महिलाओं के साथ बदसलूकी है ही है। कल तक तो वो बोल रहे थे महिलाएं सर्वोपरि हैं, दिल्ली में रक्षा है, दिल्ली में काम करने दो, हमें ये करने दो। आज जब काम हो रहा है तो आप वो काम करने मत दो। महिलाओं के आप अपने सदन में ही उनको मार पीट रहे हो तो बाहर आप महिलाओं की सुरक्षा कैसे करोगे?
देखिए, सदन चलने का मतलब क्या है कि संविधान के तौर पर एलजी साहब ने जब नॉमिनेट करवाया है तो संविधान, हम भी वही कह रहे हैं, सदन ये चलना चाहिए और सदन चलने की हम मांग करते हैं। हम ये कह ही नहीं रहे कि हम मेयर बना रहे हैं, हम ये कह रहे हैं कि मेयर बनने के लिए जो प्रत्याशी आम आदमी पार्टी ने रखा, बीजेपी ने भी रखा, नहीं, उनको डर ये है कि बीजेपी, देखिए इसमें पार्टी का मैटर ही नहीं है। मेयर जो बनना है उसको जो निगम प्रत्याशी जो चुने हुए हैं, हर निगम प्रत्याशी वोट करेगा। तो बीजेपी तो अपने आप में अस्वस्थ है, उसे यकीन है कि हमने काम करा है तो हमें चुनेंगे। लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी को यह भय है कि जिनसे उन्होंने 80-80 लाख रुपए लिए थे और 80 लाख रुपए में जब टिकट बेची थी, तो क्या वो अभी भी आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ रहेगा या वो काम के साथ आएगा? ये डर है।
You can see that these are the voices of the Bharatiya Janata Party workers, and they are alleging that all that happened at inside that particular house was condemnable, that they did not that the Aam Aadmi Party workers did not comply by the rules and resorted to unruly behavior that ended into massive ruckus inside the party. And you can see also see that these big placards all on a main road marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. That really deciphers the kind of ire these BJP workers are holding, because the showdown was quite indeed a shameful one, Samiksha, because in a house where work and progress is supposed to happen, the events that unraveled on that hapless day are to be accounted for. Both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP have been blaming each other, and today are protesting in various parts of the national capital. This massive protest being organized by the BJP, they are moving towards the Chief Minister's residence. But let me show you that behind me the barricades have been put. Beyond this, I don't believe that this entire contingent will be allowed to move towards the Chief Minister's residence. So it is highly expected, Samiksha, that as and when this particular protest is going to reach these barricades, we move towards the protest, these barricades, it is going to be an aggressive fight between the police officials and the BJP workers. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break. Both Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continue to protest against the showdown that happened in the assembly. We'll be right back.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these two are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made.
Good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and we are going to straight take you to Delhi, where the Aam Aadmi Party is protesting outside the Delhi LG's residence. Meanwhile, the BJP is also staging a counter-protest against the Aam Aadmi Party after the showdown that took place in the assembly on Friday. Madhurima is joining us from Civil Lines, and I think we'll also have our correspondent join us from Piyush Mishra, in fact, will be joining us from outside the AAP headquarters. Now, first to you, Piyush, a lot of action taking place behind you right now. I can see people raising slogans. This, I understand, is the BJP that's protesting over there. Tell us more, please.
Well, certainly, Nupur, as we are speaking, massive protest is underway in national capital, and these protests are being carried out not only by Aam Aadmi Party but also by BJP workers. Let me straight away try to show you the dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing the constitution, and that is why they are protesting here. They are also saying that on the day when the house was convened in Civic Center of Delhi, on that particular day, the nominated members were first allowed to take oath and not the elected one. Let me try to talk to them and understand their demands and how they are going to move ahead as far as their protest is concerned. भाजपा वालों को शर्म क्यों आनी चाहिए, क्यों
करो, शर्म करो। देखिए, लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने वाली ये भाजपा संवैधानिक तौर से लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रही है। चुने हुए पार्षदों को शपथ नहीं लेने दी जा रही, और मनोनीत पार्षद जो भाजपा के और एलजी के बनाए हुए पार्षद हैं, उसमें भी संविधान की हत्या करी है। उनको पहले शपथ दिलवाई जा रही है, उनको वोटिंग का अधिकार दिलवाया जा रहा है जो संविधान में नहीं है। और देखिए, चोरी से फिर ये राज अपना करना चाह रहे हैं, चोर रास्ते से अपना राज करना चाह रहे हैं।
How they are holding this placard which reads भाजपा वाले शर्म करो, संविधान की हत्या करना बंद करो, क्यों मांग कर रहे हैं?
भाजपा वालों ने लोकतंत्र प्रजातंत्र को खत्म कर दिया है, हिटलरशाही राज कर रहे हैं। ये आने वाली राजनीति के लिए बहुत ही कड़वा जहर देके जा रहे हैं। ये बड़े ही शर्म की बात है। जब पब्लिक ने उनको मैंडेट नहीं दिया तो क्यों जबरदस्ती वो अपना मेयर और डिप्टी मेयर स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर को बनाना चाह रहे हैं। किस तरह से उन्होंने संविधान का बिल्कुल सत्यानाश करा है, उनकी धज्जियां उड़ाई है। ये भाजपा के लिए ही बड़े ही शर्म की बात है।
आप यहाँ पर लेटे हुए हैं, क्या कारण है सड़क पर लेट गए?
हम ये कहना चाहते हैं कि एलजी साहब शर्म करो, देखो हम सड़क पे लेटे हैं। उस दिल्ली के बारे में सोचो, दिल्ली का बेड़ा गर्क मत करो। बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में एलजी साहब काम कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली बर्बाद हो रही है, दिल्ली को बचाओ। दिल्ली के जो अनैतिक कार्य है वो बंद करो।
छाती पीट रहे हैं, क्या कारण है?
ये कारण ये है कि मर गए बीजेपी वाले, मर गए बीजेपी वाले। आज ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रहे हैं। आज ये बता रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के लोगों को परेशान करने का ठेका बीजेपी ने ले लिया है, इसलिए आज जनता छाती पीट रही है और ये जता रही है कि बीजेपी वालों आपको दिल्ली की जनता जीने नहीं देगी, आने वाले टाइम में देश से उखाड़ के फेंकेगी।
अगर जो नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर्स हैं उनकी शपथ पहले हो भी तो दिक्कत क्या है?
अगर आप जीत के आते हैं, आपकी शपथ होती है, मैं समझ में आता।
जीत के तो बीजेपी वाले भी आए।
जिसकी सरकार होती है नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद उसके बनते हैं।
कब होगी सब शपथ लेंगे सर?
दिल्ली में सरकार जिसकी होती है नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद उसकी बनती है। पहले कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद कांग्रेस के थे। इससे पहले आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार थी, नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद आम आदमी पार्टी के थे। आज भी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है और नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद आम आदमी पार्टी को होना चाहिए, पर ये बीजेपी ने तानाशाही करके बनाया है। ये गुंडागर्दी हम चलने नहीं देंगे।
We are seeing these dramatic pictures coming in from Delhi, where these workers are now thumping their chest. They are demanding that the actions must be taken by LG against the LG. This is what we are now demanding, and that is why we are seeing how they are protesting here on these streets. And we are showing you these live pictures coming in from national capital. Not only Aam Aadmi Party workers are protesting, but also the BJP workers are protesting. They are against LG. In fact, BJP is claiming that even if the nominated members were allowed to take the oath first, why did Aam Aadmi Party councillors took law in their hand, and why BJP councillors were attacked? And against the attack on councillors, today BJP is also taking on a protest march.
Right. Do stay with us, Piyush. I'm going to go across now to Madhurima. Madhurima, we can see behind you the protest has begun there as well. So give us a sense of what's happening around you. And the BJP, of course, also protesting against the ruckus that took place in the assembly.
Well, yes, absolutely, Nupur. And the blame game is at its highest pinnacle over here. I'm reporting from civil lines, and you can see the kind of massive protest that has erupted just a few kilometers away from the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And they intend to march towards the residence and then create a blockade around it and continue to protest. What they are intending is that they want to awaken the Chief Minister from the slumber that he is in. That is what the BJP workers over here are contesting. And as you can see, that a massive protest has erupted over here. They continue to press upon the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party is scared of the fact that they will lose the mayor seat, the deputy mayor seat, and of course their position in the standing committee. Now what they are pressing upon is that it is because of that fear of the Aam Aadmi Party that particular ruckus was created on the floor. And what they are pressing upon the fact is that how the kind of behavior that was meted out to the female workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So you can see that they continue to chant slogan, the placards on display, banners on display. Then there's a vehicle making announcements. So it's a very aggressive protest in front of the Chief Minister's residence over here. We'll speak to आप आज प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, चीफ मिनिस्टर के घर की तरफ जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका ये मैं ये कहती हूँ कि अगर शपथ ले भी ली किसी और ने तो इतना हंगामा का क्या करना?
देखिए, केजरीवाल
केजरीवाल सरकार का एमसीडी में ये कहना कि नॉमिनेटेड जितने भी पार्षद हैं वो शपथ नहीं लेंगे, ये सरासर गलत है। और हम लोगों का केवल एक ही स्टैंड था कि जब नॉमिनेटेड हो गए ये, तो बिना शपथ के ये सदन में बैठ ही नहीं सकते, सदन में एंटर ही नहीं हो सकते। तो एक छोटी सी बात के लिए, क्योंकि इनको खुद डर था कि मेयर के चुनाव के अंदर हमारी वोटिंग भाजपा के पक्ष में पड़ सकती है, तो मेन इशू ये था, ये शपथ तो इनका बहाना था।
आगे कैसे काम बनेगा, क्योंकि पहले दिन ही जब ऐसे रिश्ते हो गए हैं तो आगे कैसे मेल जोल के, क्योंकि अगर पूरा सदन चलना है तो सबको मिल के काम।
ये तो देखिए, केजरीवाल के जितने पार्षद चुन के आए, केजरीवाल जी को, मुख्यमंत्री जी को सोचना चाहिए था कि आगे काम कैसे चलेगा, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के निगम पार्षदों की संख्या कम नहीं है जी। 104 निगम पार्षद है, उनमें से मैं एक छोटा सा एक सिपाही हूँ, और अभी 4 साल 4.25 साल दिल्ली का विकास करना है। अगर वो छोटी छोटी बातों पे इस तरीके से भय की राजनीति, डर की राजनीति, अपने विधायकों को बुला लेना, आतिशी को बुला लेना, और आतिशी जैसे सीनियर लीडर जो आम आदमी पार्टी की है, वो अपने निगम पार्षदों को प्रोवोक कर रही है कि जाओ टेबल पे चढ़ जाओ, संविधान की जहां शपथ लेनी है वहां पे जाके प्रोटेस्ट करो। तो मुझे लगता है वो खुद नहीं चाहते कि दिल्ली के अंदर हम सब मिलकर काम करें।
डर है केजरीवाल सरकार में, क्योंकि बीजेपी कह रही है कि उनको ये लग रहा था कि भाई सीटें हाथ से निकल जाएंगी, पद हाथ से निकल जाएंगे।
केजरीवाल सरकार के लोगों के अंदर हताशा है, डर है, भय है। उनके अपने लोग जो उनके निगम पार्षद हैं, वो उनसे पूरी तरह से चिंतित है कि ये दूसरी तरफ जा सकते हैं। वो अपने घर को बचाने के लिए, अपनी पार्टी को बचाने के लिए लोकतंत्र की हत्या की। उन्होंने जो सरकार के माध्यम से चुने हुए लोग, जो नियुक्त हुए लोगों को उन्होंने शपथ नहीं लेने दी। इस तरह का घिनौना कार्य देश की आजादी के बाद पहली बार हाउस में देखने को मिला।
That the kind of voices that are being raised from this protest, and this protest keeps on pressing on the fact that
कहीं अभी क्रॉस वोटिंग ना कर दे। हाउस के अंदर जिस प्रकार से कानून का उल्लंघन हुआ, ये देखिए फोटोग्राफ, इनके अपने विधायक, इनके अपने पार्षद जिस प्रकार से वहाँ धक्का मुक्की करी, मैन हैंडलिंग करी, लोगों से हिंसा करी, हमारे 7 पार्षदों को चोटें आई हैं, अपना उनका फ्रैक्चर हुआ है। ये दिखाता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल को कानून पर विश्वास नहीं है। हमारी मांग है कि तुरंत से तुरंत हाउस को बुलाएं, तुरंत से तुरंत ओथ होनी चाहिए, और मेयर, डिप्टी मेयर और स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव होना चाहिए इमीडिएटली। Byway or highway, they have to understand one thing. Constitution should follow the Constitution, and the Constitution says, Section 3 says, administrator got a full right to appoint the councillors. And who is the administrator? Lieutenant Governor is the administrator. If you have so much problem, go in a court. Have an intervention from the court and take the clarification from the court. But the Constitution clearly says administrator have the full right to appoint it. Arvind Kejriwal is in fear. Arvind Kejriwal fear that her own councillor will do a cross voting. A person who has got 150 seats is in so much fear that he's not letting the house happen. He's not letting the councillor take the oath. That is a problem.
So how are you going to continue this fight? Because in the end, sir, the session needs to work for the progress of the nation.
See, we need a clear intervention from the Lieutenant Governor, and oath should take the place. Let the election should happen from mayor, deputy mayor, and the standing committee members should take the oath. I am not able to understand a person who is claiming he's got 150 seats in the house. Why is so much fear? How is so much fear? Let the election happen now.
Absolutely. So you can see, this was Harish Khurana. He's saying that if you have the majority, why fear? Why we cannot rule in an amicable manner? Why not govern in an affable manner? So this is the situation right just few kilometers away from Chief Minister's house. Back to studios.
Madhuram, of course, is bringing us the details from the BJP's protest site over there, and Piyush Mishra is tracking what's happening at the Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters. Now, do remember that the clashes that we saw inside the assembly on Friday have taken a turn for the worse, and now, of course, both the parties are protesting against each other. Of course, one begs to ask the question as to what's happening to the people of Delhi, even as these civic councillors continue with their protest. And I'm going to try to go across to Piyush to get in a word from him. Now, Piyush, in all of this, what happens to the mayoral elections? They were supposed to take place on Friday. Now, all of that process obviously has been stalled.
और उससे कहो कि नहीं ये नलायकी नहीं चलेगी, कहना बैठ मेरा ना बैठ लेके जाओ।
Well, absolutely, and the demand is now coming out, Nupur, is that that the house should be called as soon as possible. Oath should be, oath taking ceremony should take place, and that is what the demand coming in from BJP. But here, Aam Aadmi Party continues to raise its voice against the BJP and LG. Remember that during that brawl which took place inside the civic center, many councillors from Aam Aadmi Party also got injured. One of them is this councillor who is sitting here, and you can see as to how his hand is also fractured. We can see how first aid has been given to him. क्या नाम है आपका और क्या हुआ था सदन के अंदर, आज क्या मांग?
देखिए, मैं जनकपुरी, मेरा नाम परवीन कुमार है, मैं जनकपुरी से दूसरी बार निगम पार्षद बन के आया हूँ। और दिल्ली की जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 15 साल के नगर निगम के कुशासन को खत्म करते हुए आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार दिल्ली के अंदर बनाई थी। हम लोग शपथ लेने के लिए जाना था, हम लोग गए सदन के अंदर, और गुंडागर्दी से, देखिए बीजेपी का एक ही फॉर्मूला है, मैंडेट किसी को भी मिले पर साम दाम दंड भेद गुंडागर्दी से सरकार उनको बनानी है। वही काम करने के लिए उन्होंने सदन के अंदर जो नॉमिनेटेड काउंसलर है उनको पहले शपथ दिला के वोटिंग राइट दिलवाना चाहते हैं, जिससे कि वो मेयर और डिप्टी मेयर के लिए वोट कर सके।
बीजेपी का ये कहना है कि आपके हाथ में चोट तब लगी जब आप स्टेज पर चढ़ गए, डांस पर चढ़ गए और आपने माइक तोड़ा जब शपथ हो रही थी, क्या ऐसा हुआ?
देखिए, मैंने कोई माइक नहीं तोड़ा है। आपके पास सभी मीडिया वाले साथियों के पास और सदन के अंदर कैमरे हैं, उसके अंदर सारी फुटेज है। मैंने सिर्फ म्युनिसिपल सेक्रेटरी से एक्ट पूछना चाहा कि किस संविधान के प्रति, किस कानून के प्रति आप लोग इनकी वोटिंग राइट जिनको देना चाहते हैं, इनकी वोट डलवाना चाहते हैं, उनको पहले क्यों शपथ दिला रहे हैं? मैं चुन के आया हूं, पहले मेरा अधिकार है वोट शपथ लेने का। आप जबरदस्ती 10 के 10 नॉमिनेटेड काउंसिलर को एक साथ खड़ा करके वहां पर पोडियम के ऊपर जबरदस्ती शपथ दिलाना चाह रहे हैं, उसका विरोध मैंने किया।
चोट लगी कैसे? ये चोट लगी कैसे?
जितने भी नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद जो एलजी ने गुंडे बना के भेजे बीजेपी के, उन्होंने मेरे ऊपर जानलेवा हमला किया। उनके पास कोई धारदार वेपन था जिससे मेरे ऊपर उन्होंने यूज किया, और सारे के सारे पार्षद मेरे ऊपर उन्होंने जो अटैक किया, कुर्सियां उन्होंने जो मारी है, वो एक जानलेवा हमला था। उनको पता होना चाहिए कि सभी हाउस के अंदर क्या मर्यादा होती है, उनको कोई मर्यादा नहीं पता। क्यों?
सवाल ये कि अगर शपथ 10 नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर्स की हो जाती तो क्या आप लोगों की शपथ नहीं होती उसके बाद?
देखिए, शपथ का मामला नहीं है, उनका मामला ये है कि वो मेयर और डिप्टी मेयर के लिए गैर संवैधानिक तरीके से वोट डलवाना चाहते थे। मैं आपको बता दूं कानून क्या कहता है। कानून ये कहता है 243 के आर्टिकल के अंदर डीएमसी एक्ट ये कहता है कि हाउस के अंदर एल्डरमैन की वोटिंग राइट नहीं है।
वो मेजोरिटी तो है आपके पास।
देखिए, मेजोरिटी है, बट हमेशा बीजेपी ने क्या किया है, साम दाम दंड भेद गुंडागर्दी से वो जहां पर भी मेजोरिटी उनकी नहीं मिलती है, वो वहां पर सरकार बनाना चाहते किसी भी तरीके से। वही काम वो उस दिन सदन के अंदर एलजी के माध्यम से कर रहे थे। कोई कानून में ये नहीं लिखा कि जो एल्डरमैन है वो मेयर, डिप्टी मेयर और स्टैंडिंग के मेंबर को वोट देंगे, वो जबरदस्ती उनसे वोट डलवाना चाह रहे थे।
What voice coming in from Praveen Kumar? Remember that he is also councillor from Aam Aadmi Party. He has been elected from Janakpuri, and now he is claiming that when he went there to stop BJP and LG and the presiding member who was appointed by LG are allowed to take oaths to all the aldermen, he was attacked there by not only BJP councillors but also by 10 other nominated aldermen. Now claims versus counter claims coming out as far as this entire brawl is concerned, exchange of fight is concerned. Here we are seeing a fight continue, protest continues to take place right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, where Aam Aadmi Party workers are continuing their protest and they are planning to march towards the LG house. Nupur.
All right, you stay with us, and we're going to quickly go across back to Madhurima for her to give us a sense of what's happening there. Now, Madhurima, I was earlier asking Piyush about what now happens in terms of the mayoral elections, because we know that, has been brought to a standstill as of now. Delhi should ideally have had a mayor by today because the elections were supposed to take place Friday. How do you see this now going forward, Madhurima?
Well, Nupur, in the end, both the sides will have to come on the table and amicably decide on as to how to proceed. Because in the end, this entire feud has to end. There are a couple of councillors over here. We'll speak to them as to what are their plans regarding the mayoral elections. Sir, अब इतनी लड़ाई हो चुकी है, अब प्रोटेस्ट भी चल रहा है. आगे इलेक्शन, फिर मेयर के इलेक्शन किस तरीके से अब कंडक्ट?
मेयर का इलेक्शन लोकतांत्रिक ढंग से होगा उनके नंबर हमसे ज़्यादा हैं, इस बात को हम मानते हैं, लेकिन उनके अंदर डर है, भय है कि उनके निगम पार्षद टूट गए हैं। उनके विधायक जो है वो हाउस के अंदर आकर के जिस तरह की संरचना रचते हैं हिंसा की, झगड़ा करने की, उनका जो लीडर है दुर्गेश पाठक अपने निगम पार्षदों को मेयर की कुर्सी के ऊपर भेजता है, पीठासीन अधिकारी के ऊपर जो है हमला करवाता है, महिलाओं के प्रति हमला कराता है।
अब कब तक हो सकते हैं इलेक्शन?
अभी 1-2 दिन में नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगा। जब भी नोटिफिकेशन आएगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसके लिए तैयार है। हमारे उम्मीदवार हमारी रेखा जिंदल जी और हम रेखा गुप्ता जी और कमल बागड़ी जी जो उप महापौर के हमारे उम्मीदवार हैं, वो पूरी तरह से सक्षम है कि उनके बहुत लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आस्था रखते हैं, लोकतंत्र में आस्था रखते हैं।
दोबारा जब हाउस बैठेगा तो दोबारा से क्या यही इसी तरीके की बातचीत होगी कि कोई एक थोड़ा झुकने को तैयार होगा?
देखिए, लोकतंत्र में जो आस्था रखता है वो कानून का, मर्यादा का सम्मान करता है, महिलाओं का सम्मान करता है, लेकिन ये लोग अराजक लोग हैं, ना ये महिलाओं का सम्मान करते हैं, ना कानून को मानते हैं। इनकी भाषा और परिभाषा दोनों में बहुत ही फर्क है।
That they are saying that Nupur in a day or two there will be a notification, and the notification would be telling that in another week or so the elections will be done for the mayoral post, deputy mayoral post, and of course the positions in the standing committee. All that needs to be full, Nupur. And as we just heard the councillor, one of the BJP councillor over here, that they are worried of the fact that these MLAs who were called in the house, as they are alleging, as Atishi and Durgesh Pathak, and they are alleging that it was not just the councillors but these MLAs who were who were fueling their councillors to go and fight aggressively. So this is one of new claim that is coming in, that these MLAs are now being accused. We'll speak to them. Sir, अब मेयर के इलेक्शंस होने हैं तो किस तरीके से होंगे अगर ये लड़ाई जारी रहे?
नहीं, देखिए, इसमें इलेक्शन जो मेयर के हो रहे हैं तो इसमें हमारा लड़ाई लगाने का मतलब नहीं है। हम तो ये कह रहे हैं संविधान के तौर पर जब शपथ दिलाने का काम है तो आप शपथ दिलाइए, वोटिंग कराइए। आप वोटिंग से आम आदमी पार्टी ये घबरा क्यों रही है, ये भाग क्यों रही है, हमारे को ये समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा। और आप देखिए कि जो बीजेपी के निगम पार्षद महिला प्रत्याशी भी हैं उनके साथ में भी मारपीट होती है। तो हम तो सिर्फ यहाँ जो प्रोटेस्ट करने आए हैं, हम अपनी मांग करने आए हैं, हम ये कहने आए हैं जो नैतिकता की बड़ी बड़ी बातें केजरीवाल जी करते हैं तो वो वहाँ पर सदन में क्यों नहीं दिखा रहे?
शांति का सहयोग भी, अगर कुछ होता है ऊपर नीचे तो शांति का सहयोग दिया जाएगा, किसी को तो झुकना पड़ेगा वरना ये लड़ाई तो जारी रहेगी।
नहीं, हम तो पूरी तरीके, हम तो जनता के बीच में हैं और सदन में भी शांतिप्रिय तरीके से हम तो ये चाहते हैं शपथ दिलाएं और वोटिंग करा लें। उसमें वोटिंग कराने में हमें कोई एतराज थोड़ी नहीं है, हम तो कह रहे हैं वोटिंग की मांग कर रहे हैं। और अगर आपको जनता ने बहुमत दिया है और सदन के अंदर भी अगर निगम के चुने हुए प्रत्याशी आपको बहुमत देते हैं तो आप मेयर बनाइए ना, हमने कब रोका है। लेकिन केजरीवाल जी खुद अभी आश्वस्त है ही नहीं कि क्या उनके जीते हुए निगम प्रत्याशी उनको वोट करेंगे।
सर, केजरीवाल के नेता आश्वस्त क्यों नहीं है? जो आप कह रहे हैं, आप बार बार बीजेपी ये दावा कर रही है कि भाई वो आश्वस्त नहीं है कि वो जीतेंगे, तो ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है आपको कि आप
ऐसा है, उनके अंदर हताशा है, उनके अंदर डर है, क्योंकि उनके जो सदस्य हैं उनके अंदर किसी प्रकार का आत्मविश्वास नहीं है। वो लोग रोज हमारे लोगों से संपर्क करते हैं। मैं दिल्ली के सेंट्रल दिल्ली का चेयरमैन रहा हूँ, 2 बार स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चेयरमैन रहा हूँ, मुझे जानकारी है। हम लोगों से वो संपर्क कर रहे हैं कि ये लोग तो चला नहीं पाएंगे दिल्ली को, ये स्वच्छ वातावरण दे नहीं पाएंगे, जो स्वच्छ राजनीति का जो आचरण देना चाहिए वो ये दे नहीं पाएंगे। आज इनको वही डर इनको चुभ रहा है, आज इनके अंदर वो डर भय कर गया है, घर कर गया है, और ये डर की वजह से दिल्ली के लोकतंत्र के द्वारा चुने हुए निगम पार्षदों को अब ये शपथ नहीं लेना देना चाहते।
सर, आगे की कार्रवाई
मैडम देखो, ऐसा है, केजरीवाल जी का है, जो कहते हैं उल्टा करते हैं हमेशा। उन्होंने जब मोदी जी ने वैक्सीन लगाई, उनके बंदे कहते हैं 15 साल तक वैक्सीन लगेगी। क्यों भाई, आप बताओ, 6 महीने में मोदी जी वैक्सीन लगा दी, क्या नहीं लगेगी? कहते हैं महिला कहेंगी, ये पहले बोला केजरीवाल जी, महिला कहेंगी कि शराब के ठेके ऑब्जेक्शन करेगी तो हम वहाँ शराब के ठेके नहीं खुलने देंगे। क्या हुआ, देखा दिल्ली जनता ने कि घर घर में इन्होंने, हर कॉलोनी में इन्होंने शराब के ठेके खोल दिए। दिल्ली का नशाखोर बनाना चाहते हैं वो। केजरीवाल जी हर काम में रास्ता काम करते हैं, हर काम में विरोध कर रहे हैं, जो कहते हैं उल्टा करते हैं। हर घर में जहाँ दूध की दुकानें खोलनी चाहिए उन्होंने शराब की दुकानें खोल दी, उन्होंने हर जगह में उन्होंने
सर आप भी पार्षद हैं, तो उस दिन क्या हुआ आप बताएं एक बात हमारे दर्शकों।
उस दिन हमारे पार्षदों के साथ बहुत धक्का मुक्की हुई, अभद्र भाषा का उन्होंने प्रयोग किया जो कि भाषा मर्यादित नहीं थी और उस प्रकार की भाषा जनप्रतिनिधि को चुनकर आता वो नहीं करनी चाहिए। हाउस को सही तरीके से उस दिन चलना चाहिए था, शपथ ग्रहण समारोह सबका होना चाहिए था। मैं यही कहता हूँ आगे से जब भी हाउस चले, सदन चले, ठीक तरीके से चले, मर्यादा में चले।
बातचीत से रास्ता निकलना चाहिए।
So you can see that they are saying that through dialogues, a solution should be achieved, and they have been accusing the Aam Aadmi Party workers of instigating the entire fight. They said that it was them who started the fight, and then the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party came in and they fueled in their councillors, which aggravated the entire fight in Dukmur. So this is the situation. These are the claims that are being made by the Aam Aadmi Party workers, which continue to protest, and now from any moment from now they are going to march towards the Chief Minister's residence. We have some few female workers over here as well. We'll speak to them. Ma'am, उस दिन जो महिलाओं के साथ हुआ उसके बारे में बताएं।
उस दिन जो महिलाओं के साथ आम पार्टी के लोगों ने किया वो बहुत ही गलत था, बहुत ही गलत व्यवहार किया गया था उनके साथ।
तो अब आप आगे अपनी आवाज कैसे उठाने वाले हैं?
हम लोग देखो केजरीवाल जी को जिताना चाहते हैं कि इस तरह का अत्याचार नहीं चलेगा महिलाओं के ऊपर।
तो मैम उस दिन सबसे बड़ा क्लेम जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सबसे दुख है कि महिलाओं के साथ बहुत बुरा व्यवहार किया गया। तो आज आप क्या संदेश देना चाहती हैं? ये प्रोटेस्ट के पीछे कारण क्या है?
मैम प्रोटेस्ट के पीछे कारण ये है कि हम लोग महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा आगे आई है और आती रहेगी। जिस तरीके से उस दिन महिलाओं के साथ बदतमीजी हुई, हम नहीं चाहते कि आगे भी वो चीज़ दोबारा रिपीट हो। महिलाओं का सम्मान सर्वोपरि है और हम चाहते हैं कि इसके लिए हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ता जो आज यहाँ पे एकत्रित हुए आगे बढ़कर प्रोटेस्ट करें।
आम आदमी पार्टी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं उनसे आप क्या चाहती हैं कि किस तरीके का डिसीजन लें या आपको किस तरीके का न्याय चाहिए जो महिलाओं के साथ?
हमें न्याय चाहिए। हमें न्याय ये चाहिए कि जो हमारी लेडीज़ों के साथ बदतमीजी हुई है कि उन्होंने हमारे अपने डर के मारे हमारा मेयर नहीं बनने दिया। उनको डर था कि उनकी पार्टी टूट के हमारे में आ गई है, तो ये वो नहीं चाहते थे। हम ये चाहते कि हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक नेक पार्टी है और उस नेक पार्टी को हमेशा हम आगे बढ़ाते हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। So you can see that these are the female voices and they are quite heartbroken over the fact that the kind of behavior that was meted out to the female workers was abhorrent, and the kind of justice that they seek is that the Kejriwal government should take action and now should contest free and fair elections. Back to the studios.
All right, so Madhurima, of course, is bringing to us the latest in terms of the BJP's protest, and I'm going to go back to Piyush on this one. Now, Piyush, at the heart of this row that we see between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party is the fact that as far as mayoral elections go, there is no anti-defection law that is in place, and that is the allegation that is coming from the Aam Aadmi Party's side, that the BJP, they say, is actually talking to Congress leaders or councillors to get them in their on their side and essentially ask for them to vote for a BJP mayor, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Nupur, like you rightly pointed out that yes, it is an open house and there is no anti-defection law on the councillors while the elections for mayor takes place, and that is what is the concern concern of Aam Aadmi Party. This is what being also levelled by BJP, where BJP is saying that there are many councillors of Aam Aadmi Party who are in touch with the BJP and they want that an experienced councillor should be allowed to become a mayor, and that is why we are also seeing protest versus protest taking place. Let me say, I've also tried to show you pictures which continue to come from a national capital where this protest continues to take place. Here in national capital, they are also holding placard and they are demanding that actions must be initiated against LG. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more voices as protest versus protest politics taking place in national capital between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. Stay tuned for all the live updates. We will be coming back after this very short break.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग FIR इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an
All right, viewers, we're getting some back-to-back updates right now, where there's a protest happening in the national capital. It's protest versus protest. A big showdown happening in Delhi. Let's go across to our reporters who are on ground right now. They're on the ground. They're listening to what the protesters have to say. The Aam Aadmi Party is launching a protest against and outside the Delhi LG's residence. At the same time, the BJP is staging a counter-protest against Aam Aadmi Party after the showdown in Assembly. Let's go ahead to Madhurima, who's joining us at this point of time. Madhurima, what is happening where you are right now? We're seeing that a lot of protesters are on ground. They're holding many placards. Take us through what they're demanding, what the BJP is demanding.
Well, Shivangi, a very aggressive protest is on ground happening right behind me by the BJP workers over here against the Aam Aadmi Party. And now they allege that the kind of behavior that unraveled on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party workers on the day the entire ruckus happened in the house is something that is condemnable. And today they are marching towards the residence of the Chief Minister of the National Capital, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and they are going to protest. They're trying to awaken the government that they claim is in slumber, and they want justice over there. And now the other demand that they're asking for is that I can hear the kind of announcement that are being made from state is that they want the Aam Aadmi Party top rung to sack all those who were involved in the fighting that day, all those who went around and created ruckus, even hurt the female workers, and also they want that those who have hurt the BJP workers to an extent that some of them fractured their bones, some of them got really deep cuts. So all those people, they should be booked, and a case against attempt to murder should also be filed against them. These are the demands that are coming from the stage of this particular protest that has been organized by the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is the civilized area. It's a very posh area, just a few kilometers away from the residence of the Chief Minister. And we move forward and we'll speak to some of the councillors over here as well, and we'll speak to the female workers also there. कि मैम उस दिन जो घटनाएं हुई उनके बारे में बताएं, स्पेशली क्योंकि जो सबसे बड़ी बात, प्लीज रिपीट इट, मैं कह रही हूँ उस दिन जो घटनाएं उसके बारे में बताएं, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा जो प्रॉब्लम थी वो ये थी कि महिलाओं को भी नहीं छोड़ा।
देखिए, ये बहुत ही दुखदायी है और बहुत ही असहनीय है कि जिस तरह से संविधान का वहाँ पे अपमान किया गया, जो एक प्रोटोकॉल है उस प्रोटोकॉल को तोड़ा गया। This is something which is not at all acceptable, not only by BJP, but every citizen of India. Absolutely. Yeah. So like that is why we BJP people have gathered together to protest against Aam Aadmi Party.
Are you also asking for the resignation of all those involved?
Yeah, definitely. In fact, like we have trusted those, we have elected them. They are our trusted elected councillors. और अगर वही ऐसा करेंगे, they are our role models. If they will behave like this, then who is going to be our role model?
Absolutely. मैम, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी? अजय, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी कि जो उस दिन की घटनाएं हुई, किस तरीके से
केजरीवाल जो है ना, केजरीवाल की जो मंत्री हैं, सारे भ्रष्ट और करप्शन है। जो अपनी बीवी, जो सोमनाथ भारती अपनी बीवी पे कुत्ते बिकवा सकता है, जो हम जैसी बहनों को और हम जैसे कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ वो कुछ भी मिसव्यवहार कर सकते हैं।
They are casting aspersions and heavy aspersions for that matter. We'll see that how this entire protest moves towards the Chief Minister's residence. Back to studios.
All right, Madhurima, keep getting us top updates right now, viewers right now. So we're seeing Madhurima at near the BJP protest. We also have Piyush Mishra, who is at where the Aam Aadmi Party is protesting. We'll be tracking the story very, very closely. It's protest versus protest in the national capital. Mega showdown. All the updates only on Republic TV. Let's move on to the other story we're tracking right now, viewers. Now, a Punjab police constable was shot dead during a crossfiring with the carjackers. Now, this happened in Jalandhar. 3 assailants were injured. One managed to flee from the spot. 4 armed men snatched a car at gunpoint in Jalandhar. Cop chased the armed men and crossfiring took place, resulting in the death of a cop, viewers. That's right. So we're getting these back-to-back updates right now. Let's go to Amandeep. Amandeep is joining us live. Amandeep, now this story which is coming in, a Punjab police constable has been shot dead. And you know, when we see these kind of stories emerge, the big question as usual comes up: what is wrong with the law and order situation?
Well, Shivangi, the law and order is highly compromised in Punjab, and in fact there is no impression of Punjab police on these criminals and in fact these gangsters as well. And arms are very much common in Punjab among the youth, and this incident is another evidence of this entire brandishing of weapons and smuggling of weapons among the youth, and in fact drugs also. This basically, Shivangi, this incident reported from Philor in Jalandhar. These 4 armed men, they have snatched a car at a gunpoint last night, and in fact when they were trying to flee from the spot, 4 cops were chasing these snatchers, and even while reaching at Philor, after getting the coordinates of the location, and even the cops tried to intercept the car that was snatched on a gunpoint. But when they tried to apprehend these 4 accused, all of a sudden they open up their fire on the police cops, and in fact in that one cop received a bullet injury. He later succumbed to the injuries during the treatment. But in a crossfiring, 3 accused has also sustained the bullet injuries and they are hospitalized. One managed to flee from the spot. This is
का 130 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, यहां उपस्थित प्रत्येक प्रवासी भारतीय अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में असाधारण उपलब्धियों के साथ अपने देश की माटी को नमन करने आया है। और ये प्रवासी भारतीय सम्मेलन मध्य प्रदेश की उस धरती पर हो रहा है जिसे देश का हृदय क्षेत्र कहा जाता है। एमपी में मां नर्मदा का जल, यहां के जंगल, आदिवासी परंपरा, यहां का अध्यात्म, ऐसा कितना कुछ है जो आपकी इस यात्रा को अविस्मरणीय बनाएगा। अभी हाल ही में पास ही उज्जैन में भगवान महाकाल के महालोक का भी भव्य और दिव्य विस्तार हुआ है। मैं आशा करता हूं आप सब वहां जाकर भगवान महाकाल का आशीर्वाद भी लेंगे और उस अद्भुत अनुभव का हिस्सा भी बनेंगे। साथियों, वैसे हम सभी अभी जिस शहर में हैं वो भी अपने आप में अद्भुत है। लोग कहते हैं कि इंदौर एक शहर है, लेकिन मैं कहता हूं इंदौर एक दौर है। ये वो दौर है जो समय से आगे चलता है फिर भी विरासत को समेटे रहता है। इंदौर ने स्वच्छता के क्षेत्र में देश में एक अलग पहचान स्थापित की है। खाने पीने के लिए अपन इंदौर, अपन का इंदौर, अपन का इंदौर देश ही नहीं पूरी दुनिया में लाजवाब है। इंदौरी नमकीन का स्वाद, यहाँ के लोगों के यहाँ पर जो पोहे का पैशन है, साबूदाने की खिचड़ी, कचौरी, समोसे, शिकंजी, जिसने भी इसे देखा उसके मुंह का पानी नहीं रुका। और जिसने इन्हें चखा उसने कहीं और मुड़कर नहीं देखा। इसी तरह 56 दुकान तो प्रसिद्ध है ही, सराफा भी महत्वपूर्ण है। यही वजह है कि कुछ लोग इंदौर को स्वच्छता के साथ साथ स्वाद की राजधानी भी कहते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है यहां के अनुभव आप खुद भी नहीं भूलेंगे और वापस जाकर दूसरों को यहां के बारे में बताना भी नहीं भूलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, दिस प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस is special in many ways. We celebrated 75 years of India's independence just a few months ago. A digital exhibition related to our freedom struggle has been organized here. It brings the glorious era in front of you again. Friends, the nation has entered the Amrit Kaal of the next 25 years. Our Pravasi Bhartiyas have significant place in this journey. India's unique global vision and its important role in the global order will be strengthened by you people. साथियों, हमारे यहां कहा जाता है स्वदेशो भुवन त्रयम, अर्थात हमारे लिए पूरा संसार ही हमारा स्वदेश है। मनुष्य मात्र ही हमारा बंधु बांधव है। इसी वैचारिक बुनियाद पर हमारे पूर्वजों ने भारत के सांस्कृतिक विस्तार को आकार दिया था। हम दुनिया के अलग अलग कोनों में गए, हमने सभ्यताओं के समागम की अनंत संभावनाओं को समझा। हमने सदियों पहले वैश्विक व्यापार की असाधारण परंपरा शुरू की थी। हम असीम लगने वाले समंदरों के पार गए, अलग अलग देशों, अलग अलग सभ्यताओं के बीच व्यावसायिक संबंध कैसे साझी समृद्धि के रास्ते खोल सकती हैं, भारत ने और भारतीयों ने करके दिखाया। आज अपने करोड़ों प्रवासी भारतीयों को जब हम ग्लोबल मैप पर देखते हैं तो कई तस्वीरें एक साथ उभरती हैं। दुनिया के इतने अलग अलग देशों में जब भारत के लोग एक कॉमन फैक्टर की तरह दिखते हैं तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना उसके साक्षात दर्शन होते हैं। दुनिया के किसी एक देश में जब भारत के अलग अलग प्रांतों, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के लोग मिलते हैं तो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का सुखद एहसास भी होता है। दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में जब सबसे शांतिप्रिय, लोकतांत्रिक और अनुशासित नागरिकों की चर्चा होती है तो मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी होने का भारतीय गौरव अनेक गुना बढ़ जाता है। और जब हमारे इन प्रवासी भारतीयों के योगदान का विश्व आकलन करता है तो उसे सशक्त और समर्थ भारत, इसकी आवाज सुनाई देती है। इसलिए ही तो मैं आप सभी को, सभी प्रवासी भारतीयों को विदेशी धरती पर भारत का राष्ट्रदूत, ब्रांड एम्बेसडर कहता हूं। सरकारी व्यवस्था में राजदूत होते हैं, भारत की महान विरासत में आप राष्ट्रदूत होते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, योर रोल एज इंडियाज ब्रांड एम्बेसडर इज डाइवर्स। You are brand ambassadors of Make in India. You are brand ambassadors of yoga and Ayurveda. You are also brand ambassadors of India's cottage industries and handicrafts. At the same time, you are also brand ambassadors of India's millets. You would already know that 2023 has been declared by the United Nations as the International Year of Millets. I appeal to you to take some millets products with you while returning. You also have another important role to play in these rapidly changing times. You are the people who will address the world's desire to know more about India. Today, the whole world is waiting and watching India keenly with great interest and curiosity. It is important to understand why I'm saying this. साथियों, पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत ने विकास की जो गति प्राप्त की है, जो उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं, वो असाधारण है, अभूतपूर्व है। जब भारत कोविड महामारी के बीच कुछ महीनों में ही स्वदेशी वैक्सीन बना लेता है। जब भारत अपने नागरिकों को 220 करोड़ से ज्यादा वैक्सीन डोज मुफ्त लगाने का रिकॉर्ड बनाता है, जब वैश्विक अस्थिरता के बीच भी भारत विश्व की उभरती अर्थव्यवस्था बनता है, जब भारत विश्व की बड़ी इकोनॉमी से कॉम्पीट करता है, टॉप 5 इकोनॉमी में शामिल होता है, जब भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बनता है, जब मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जैसे क्षेत्रों में, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में मेक इन इंडिया का डंका बजता है, जब भारत अपने दम पर तेजस फाइटर प्लेन, एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर, INS विक्रांत और अरिहंत जैसी न्यूक्लियर सबमरीन बनाता है, तो स्वाभाविक है दुनिया और दुनिया के लोगों में क्यूरियोसिटी होती है कि भारत क्या कर रहा है, कैसे कर रहा है। लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि भारत की स्पीड क्या है, स्केल क्या है, भारत का फ्यूचर क्या है। इसी तरह जब कैशलेस इकोनॉमी की बात होती है, फिनटेक की चर्चा होती है, तो दुनिया ये देखकर हैरात में है कि विश्व के 40% रियल टाइम डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन भारत में होते हैं। जब स्पेस के फ्यूचर की बात होती है तो भारत की चर्चा स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के मोस्ट एडवांस देशों में होती है। भारत एक बार में 100 सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करने का रिकॉर्ड बना रहा है। सॉफ्टवेयर और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में हमारी ताकत दुनिया देख रही है। आप में से बहुत से लोग भी इसका बहुत बड़ा जरिया है। भारत का ये बढ़ता हुआ सामर्थ्य, भारत का ये दमखम, भारत की जड़ों से जुड़े हर व्यक्ति का सीना चौड़ा कर देता है। वैश्विक मंच पर आज भारत की आवाज, भारत का संदेश, भारत की कही बात एक अलग ही मायने रखती है। भारत की ये बढ़ती है ताकत आने वाले दिनों में और ज्यादा बढ़ने वाली है, और इसलिए भारत के प्रति जिज्ञासा, भारत के प्रति क्यूरियोसिटी भी और बढ़ेगी। और इसलिए विदेश में रहने वाले भारतीय मूल के लोगों की, प्रवासी भारतीयों की जिम्मेदारी भी बहुत बढ़ जाती है। आपके पास आज भारत के बारे में जितनी व्यापक जानकारी होगी, उतना ही आप दूसरों को भारत के बढ़ते सामर्थ्य के बारे में बता पाएंगे और तथ्यों के आधार पर बता पाएंगे। मेरा आग्रह है कि आपके पास कल्चरल और स्पिरिचुअल जानकारी के साथ साथ भारत की प्रगति की अपडेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन होनी चाहिए। साथियों, आप सबको ये भी पता है, इस वर्ष भारत दुनिया के G20 समूहों की अध्यक्षता भी कर रहा है। भारत इस जिम्मेदारी को एक बड़े अवसर के रूप में देख रहा है। हमारे लिए ये दुनिया को भारत के बारे में बताने का अवसर है। ये दुनिया के लिए भारत के अनुभवों से सीखने का, पुराने अनुभवों से सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर की दिशा तय करने का अवसर है। हमें G20 केवल एक डिप्लोमेटिक इवेंट नहीं, बल्कि जन भागीदारी का एक ऐतिहासिक आयोजन बनाना है। इस दौरान विश्व के विभिन्न देश भारत के जन जन के मन में अतिथि देवो भव की भावना का दर्शन करेंगे। आप भी अपने देश से आ रहे प्रतिनिधियों से मिलकर उन्हें भारत के बारे में बता सकते हैं। इससे उन्हें भारत पहुंचने से पहले ही अपनत्व और स्वागत का एहसास होगा। साथियों, और मैं तो ये भी कहूंगा कि जब G20 समिट में, क्योंकि कोई 200 मीटिंग होने वाली है, G20 समूह के 200 डेलीगेशन यहां आने वाले हैं, हिंदुस्तान के अलग अलग शहरों में जाने वाले हैं। वापस जाने के बाद वहां पर रहने वाले प्रवासी भारतीय उनको बुलाएं, भारत में गए थे तो कैसा रहा, उनके अनुभव सुने। मैं समझता हूं कि उनके साथ हमारे बंधन को और मजबूत करने के लिए अवसर बन जाएगा। साथियों, आज भारत के पास न केवल दुनिया के नॉलेज सेंटर बनने का, बल्कि स्किल कैपिटल बनने का सामर्थ्य भी है। आज भारत के पास सक्षम युवाओं की एक बड़ी तादाद है। हमारे युवाओं के पास स्किल भी है, वैल्यूज भी है और काम करने के लिए जरूरी जज्बा और ईमानदारी भी है। भारत की ये स्किल कैपिटल दुनिया के विकास का इंजन बन सकती है। भारत में उपस्थित युवाओं के साथ ही भारत की प्राथमिकता वो प्रवासी युवा भी हैं जो भारत से जुड़े हैं। हमारे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन युवा जो विदेश में जन्मे हैं, वहीं पले बड़े हैं, हम उन्हें भी अपने भारत को जानने समझने के लिए कई अवसर दे रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रवासी युवाओं में भी भारत को लेकर उत्साह बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। वो अपने माता पिता के देश के बारे में जानना चाहते हैं, अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ना चाहते हैं। ये हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है कि हम युवाओं को न केवल देश के बारे में गहराई से बताएं, बल्कि उन्हें भारत दिखाएं भी। पारंपरिक बोध और आधुनिक नजर के साथ ये युवा फ्यूचर वर्ल्ड को भारत के बारे में कहीं ज्यादा प्रभावी ढंग से बता पाएंगे। जितनी युवाओं में जिज्ञासा बढ़ेगी, उतना ही भारत से जुड़ा पर्यटन बढ़ेगा, भारत से जुड़ी रिसर्च बढ़ेगी, भारत का गौरव बढ़ेगा। ये युवा भारत के विभिन्न पर्वों के दौरान, प्रसिद्ध मेलों के दौरान आ सकते हैं या फिर बुद्ध सर्किट, रामायण सर्किट का लाभ उठा सकते हैं। वो आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के तहत हो रहे कार्यक्रमों में भी जुड़ सकते हैं। साथियों, मेरा एक और सुझाव है। कई देशों में भारत से प्रवासी कई सदियों से जाकर बसे हैं। भारतीय प्रवासियों ने वहां के राष्ट्र के निर्माण में अपने असाधारण योगदान दिए हैं। हमें इनकी लाइफ, उनके स्ट्रगल्स और उनके अचीवमेंट्स को डॉक्यूमेंट करना चाहिए। हमारे कई बुजुर्गों के पास उस जमाने की कई मेमोरीज होगी। मेरा आग्रह है कि यूनिवर्सिटी के माध्यम से हर देश में हमारे डायस्पोरा के हिस्ट्री पर ऑडियो, वीडियो या लिखित डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के प्रयास किए जाएं। साथियों, कोई भी राष्ट्र उसमें निष्ठा रखने वाले हर व्यक्ति के दिल में जीवित रहता है। यहां भारत से कोई व्यक्ति जब विदेश जाता है और उसे वहां एक भी भारतीय मूल का व्यक्तित्व या व्यक्ति मिल जाता है, तो उसे लगता है कि तो उसे पूरा भारत मिल गया। यानी आप जहां रहते हैं भारत को अपने साथ रखते हैं। बीते 8 वर्षों में देश ने अपने डायस्पोरा को ताकत देने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास किया है। आज भारत का ये कमिटमेंट है कि आप दुनिया में कहीं भी रहेंगे, देश आपके हितों और अपेक्षाओं के लिए आपके साथ रहेगा। मैं गयाना के राष्ट्रपति जी और सूरीनाम के राष्ट्रपति जी का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं कि इस महत्वपूर्ण समारोह के लिए उन्होंने समय निकाला और उन्होंने जितनी बातें आज हमारे सामने रखी है वे वाकई बहुत उपयोगी हैं और मैं उनको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि जिन सुझावों को उन्होंने रखा है उस पर भारत जरूर खरा उतरेगा। मैं गयाना जी के राष्ट्रपति जी का भी बहुत आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने आज काफी पुरानी यादें साझा की, क्योंकि जब मैं गयाना गया तो मैं कुछ भी नहीं था, मुख्यमंत्री भी नहीं था, और तब का नाता उन्होंने याद करके निकाला। मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। मैं फिर एक बार आप सभी प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस के लिए इस समारोह में आए, बीच के गैप के बाद मिलने का मौका मिला है। मेरी तरफ से आपको अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत लोगों से मिलना होगा, बहुत लोग चीजें जानने को मिलेगी, जिसे लेकर के उन स्मृतियों को लेकर के फिर अपने कार्य क्षेत्र में लौटेंगे, अपने रिस्पेक्टिव कंट्री में जाएंगे। मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत के साथ जुड़ाव का एक नया युग शुरू होगा। मेरी आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके अपनेपन से भरे हुए संबोधन के लिए। आपके राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान के स्वर सभी को एक नई ऊर्जा से भर देते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका माननीय। We are grateful and privileged with the august presence of His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali and His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi. Thank you, Honorable Governor, Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, Madhya Pradesh. Thank you so much.
All right, news break coming in. The Supreme Court having dismissed petition that challenged committee being set up in states of Gujarat, Uttarakhand for uniform civil code. The bench led by CJI Chandrachud said that, in fact, he questioned what is wrong in committee constituted under Article 162. A big jolt for the lobby there as a plea opposing setting up of uniform civil code has now been dismissed by the top court. So the apex court there having dismissed the petition that challenged the committees that have been set up in states including Gujarat, Uttarakhand as well for the implementation of the uniform civil code. So the Supreme Court there dismissing petition that challenged committee set up in states of Gujarat, Uttarakhand for the uniform civil code. The bench led by CJI Chandrachud said that in fact question what is wrong in the committee that has been constituted under Article 162. The plea that was filed in the top court opposed the implementation of the uniform civil code by states, calling it unconstitutional. So this plea that challenged the committee that has been formed in several states, in fact in states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand, the plea called the formation of this committee unconstitutional. Now the Supreme Court has dismissed the plea that was filed. So a big setback coming in for the anti-UCC lobby, as the plea that challenged the setting up of committees in Gujarat and Uttarakhand has now been dismissed by the top court. So the Supreme Court there refusing to admit the plea that questioned the formation of the uniform civil code committees in the states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand. In fact, it was Chandrachud, the CGI said that, in fact, question what is wrong in the committee that has been constituted under Article 162 of the Constitution. Remember, committees have been formed in Gujarat and Uttarakhand as well for the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. So a big jolt coming there of sorts for the anti-UCC lobby, as the court has outrightly dismissed the plea that questioned the formation of the panel in relation to the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. We'll try and get few reactions as well, but a big jolt and a setback of sorts coming in for the anti-Uniform Civil Code lobby, as the plea that challenged setting up of the UCC has now been dismissed by the top court. All right, we also have Sambhav joining us, tracking the updates from the court closely. Sambhav, if you can take us precisely the details of the plea that was filed in the top court, which has now been dismissed by the apex court. Sambhav, if you can hear us, if you can give us more details of the plea in the first place that was filed in the, in fact, the court having said that it will not be admitting that plea that challenged the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code in states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand. All right, first up, we are being joined by Senior Advocate Swapnil Kothari. Sir, your first thoughts on the Supreme Court having dismissed the plea that challenged the formation of the committee in relation to the Uniform Civil Code implementation?
There's nothing wrong in the committee being set up under Article 162 of the Constitution, because that is the extent of the executive power of the state, subject to the provisions of the Constitution to matters relating to the legislature, that is to make laws, to form committees, etc. So there's nothing wrong in that. If the committees have been formed to decide upon the Uniform Civil Code as to go ahead, which is a promise of Article 44 of the Constitution, which is the directive principle of state policy, then there is nothing unconstitutional about it, so as to say. So in furtherance of that objective, if a committee has been formed under Article 162 by respective or by certain states, which the state is empowered to do by virtue of the Constitution, by virtue of Article 162, then the Supreme Court has clearly cracked down the whip and dismissed the petition which was challenging this committee, because it's realized that these petitions were possibly from a lobby which did not want the Uniform Civil Code to come into place. So I believe this is a very, very appropriate judgment and paves the way for the Uniform Civil Code, or at least, should I say, a movement to go ahead with the Uniform Civil Code. And the more the states join the bandwagon, the better it is.
Yes. Stay with us. Just a follow-up question. If you can, for our viewers also who are tuning in, who would want to know more about the Uniform Civil Code, if you can talk to us how there has been a growing chorus for that one law for the country, and what exactly do you think would be the issues that the petitioner in this case had when it comes to implementation of the Uniform Civil Code in the states?
Well, I believe the issue that the petitioner must have had is he must be thinking, if it is a genuine petition, then it must be with a view that, we really don't want this. The laws are absolutely in place. They are fine. This has a tendency to then create further, disparity between the two religions, between Hindus and the Muslims, etc., or anything of that sort. If it is a genuine one. If it is not a genuine one, if it's a frivolous one, it's just to try to put a spoke into the wheel into what the government is doing, and it's a good job that the government is trying to do. If you remember, there was a lot of outrage even at the, abrogation of Article 370 of the Constitution, which gave Kashmir, which brought Kashmir within our fold. So likewise, people have these apprehensions, and, the abrogation of Article 370, the outrage against that was more political than anything else. So likewise, this petition could also have been political. One doesn't know the nature of it. Be that as it may, the fact is that it has been dismissed is what is most important. And why there has to be a Uniform Civil Code? We have one criminal code, right, which is the Indian Penal Code, that everybody, regardless of their caste, creed or religion, whoever indulges in offences or crimes, they'll be punished as per the law. So what is wrong in the Uniform Civil Code? What is wrong in having one civil law? If there is one criminal law for everybody, why there has to be a disparity in that? Too many interpretations, so many different laws create too much of problems and create a floodgate of litigation. So one can try to avoid that and try to make a country more harmonious and go ahead in furtherance of the secular promise of the preamble of our Constitution, because the preamble says that we are a secular republic. So that secular word is very important. And that's the reason why you need a civil code, a uniform civil code. You can't have different laws for different religions. It's too cumbersome. It only makes money for us lawyers.
All right, thank you for putting that into perspective for us. And as Swapnil Kothari was telling us, secular is the keyword here, and which is why precisely the need of the hour is the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. We have Sambhav also joining us. Sambhav, if you can once again put this into perspective for us, what exactly was that issue that the petitioner had when it comes to that committee that has been formed on the implementation of Uniform Civil Code, which the Supreme Court has made it absolutely clear has been formed under Article 162 of the Constitution?
Yes. So this petition has been mentioned in the Supreme Court, in the court number 1 in front of Chief Justice of India today, in which it was told, as per the petitioner, that the Uniform Civil Code by the states is unconstitutional in a way. And to which CJI D.Y. Chandrachud has very categorically said that the committees have been formed by different states, and what is wrong in it, as it is it is constituted under Article 162 of Indian Constitution, and to which the petitioner failed to give, a better answer to the court, and later on the court has very categorically said either you withdraw the petition or we are going to dismiss it. So finally, Supreme Court has dismissed the petition challenging committees set up in states of Gujarat, Uttarakhand over the Uniform Civil Code. That's all happened in the court number 1 today in the Supreme Court.
All right, Sambhav, thank you for those details. In fact, just to read out what the CJI had to say, he said, in fact, question what is wrong with the formation of the panel on the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code, going on to say that they have only constituted a committee under the executive powers that Article 162 gives. Not just this, the constitution of committees set up by Gujarat and Uttarakhand to frame UCC is challenged. Article 162 indicates that executive power of states extends to what legislature permits it to do, and that the constitution of the committee cannot be challenged as ultra-vires dismissed. So the Supreme Court there, having dismissed the plea that was filed, opposing the formation of the panel when it comes to implementation of the Uniform Civil Code in the states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand. So a big setback coming in for the anti-UCC lobby, as the Supreme Court has outrightly dismissed that plea that was filed in relation to the panel on the Uniform Civil Code. Supreme Court there making it absolutely clear that Article 162 gives executive powers and that there is no merit in opposing state UCC panels. So Supreme Court there making it very clear, the CJI making it very clear that there is no merit when it comes to opposing the state-formed UCC panels, and that Article 162 gives executive powers to the states. All right, we'll try and get more reactions, but a big shot in the arm for BJP's UCC push in the states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand, and the Supreme Court there making it absolutely clear that there is no merit in opposing the state UCC panels, and that Article 162 gives executive powers to the states. So CJI Chandrachud there, in fact, questioning what is wrong with the formation of the uniform, with the formation of panels on the Uniform Civil Code, and that a committee under the executive powers that Article 162 gives, which is why it would be wrong to question and oppose that panel that has been formed to implement the Uniform Civil Code in the states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand. And just a recap of this news break coming in, a big push for the BJP when it comes to the Uniform Civil Code, as the Supreme Court has dismissed the plea that challenged the formation of that panel on the Uniform Civil Code. The Supreme Court there making it absolutely clear that there is no merit in opposing the state Uniform Civil Code panels, and that Article 162 gives executive powers, and that there is no reason why there should be a question on the formation of the panels in relation to the Uniform Civil Codes in Gujarat and Uttarakhand. So a big setback of sorts coming in for all those who questioned the panel that has been formed in these states on the Uniform Civil Code implementation. Sambhav is back with us. Sambhav, once again, if you can take us through that details of that plea that has now been rejected by the top court. All right, we seem to have lost that connection, but Those are the details that are just trickling in, and this has of course come as a big shot in the arm for the BJP's UCC push in the states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand, and a jolt for the anti-uniform civil code lobby, as the Supreme Court has made it absolutely clear that there is no merit in this plea that was filed that sought dismissal of this panel that has been formed in the states of Uttarakhand and Gujarat for the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. The Supreme Court making it very clear that there is no merit in opposing state UCC panel. Sambhav is back with us. Sambhav, once again, if you can take us through the details of this plea that was filed in the top court, which has now been outrightly rejected by the apex court.
So this matter pertains to court number 1, which is none other than the matter case in front of him.
All right, we seem to have lost that connection, but again a recap of the news break coming in this hour. The Supreme Court on the UCC panel making it clear that there is no merit in this plea that was filed in the top court, stating that it is under Article 162 of the Constitution that the panel has been formed in the states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand. The Supreme Court making it clear that Article 162 gives executive powers. A big shot in the arm that has come in for BJP's UCC push. So we'll continue to get you all the latest and reactions on that. But for now, moving on to more news break coming in. All right, this news break coming in from Karnataka, where we are given to understand that 2 ISIS operatives have been arrested by the National Investigative Agency. Now, these arrested accused, we are given to understand, are linked to the Shivamoga bomb blast case. In fact, more details that are just trickling in that one of the accused is son of Congress leader Tajuddin Sheikh. Accused Rishan is son of the Congress leader Tajuddin Sheikh. The Congress leader is the block president of Congress unit in Dakshin Kannada. So the Congress will have to answer when it comes to the links which seem to be under the lens in connection with the ISIS operatives who've been arrested who've been arrested by the National Investigative Agency. A reaction coming in from DK Shivakumar, who refused to respond to questions being raised as to the links of the top Congress leader's son, top Congress leader with the ISIS operative. Let's listen into that reaction.
Congress leader's son was arrested by NIA in Mangalore case, sir. Congress leader's son was arrested by NIA in Mangalore case, sir.
So there you just heard the reaction that came in from DK Shivakumar. In fact, he refused to answer any of those questions, pertinent questions being raised at this point in time as to what exactly is the link that the Congress has with the accused who's been arrested in connection with the Shivamoga bomb blast case. So one of the accused we're given to understand, who's been identified as Rishan Tajuddin, he is the son of Congress leader. In fact, we'll also put out those visuals that we've accessed of in which you can see the accused's father who's seen with the Congress leaders, including Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shivakumar. So Rishan Tajuddin, who's the son of the Congress leader, who we are given to understand was highly radicalized, and that not just this, he even received funds from their ISIS handler. He received terror funds through crypto wallets. These are some source-based details that are just trickling in. Of course, in connection with the Shivamoga bomb blast case, which is being probed by the National Investigative Agency. So the Congress Neta's son's link with the ISIS, which is being probed by the National Investigative Agency, and also the details that are just coming in, that the accused who's been arrested by the National Investigative Agency is the son of Congress leader. In fact, he's a son of the Congress leader who's the block president of Congress unit in Dakshin Kannada. So a lot of questions that the Congress will have to answer at this point in time as to the links that the Congress could have with the ISIS operative. Prajwal getting us that news break. Prajwal, once again, if you can put this into perspective for us, the questions that arise at this point in time as to the links that the Congress seems to have with the ISIS handler.
Samiksha, all we get to understand is that these raids were conducted on Thursday, on the 5th of Jan, by NIA, and the raids were conducted in 6 places. And one of the main places it was conducted was in Shimoga as well as Nadu. And it is now being understood that 2 ISIS operatives were picked up in regarding the Shimoga trial blast case. And on more, on more information which has been provided now, it is being stated that one of the accused in this particular case, who goes by the name of Rishan, was a very close friend of Maz Munir Ahmad, who was one of the primary accused, who was one of the primary accused in the Shimoga trial blast case as well. And apart from which, it is now being understood that Rishan's father is Tajuddin Sheikh, who is the president of Brahmavara, and he's the Congress bloc district president as well. And now we have tried to go on and speak to the Congress leaders, but so far there has been no answer from the KPCC president. However, the leader of opposition for the council in Karnataka, B.K. Hariprasad, who represents the Congress, went on to state that one person, if in such blame, the person should not be blamed, and the NIA is not from heaven. And more of looking at the investigation and Rishan's link into this entire case, it is now being understood that he was also a part of the larger team who helped in the funding as well. And one of the ISIS operators was transferring funds through crypto wallets to Rishan, and these were the very same funds which were also handed over to Maz Munir Ahmad, who went on to collect all the materials, the explosives which was used in the trial blast, which was conducted on the banks of the Tunga River as well. And meanwhile, now the BJP MLA in Udupi, Raghupati Bhatt, has stated that the Congress's role will also have to be gone on and investigated over here, because it seems like there is a link between these blasts to the Congress party.
All right, Prajwal, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. For now, moving on to another news break coming in this hour. All right, moving on to news coming in from Kolkata, where the police special task force has arrested 2 accused ahead of Republic Day celebrations for their suspected links with the ISIS. Now, according to the police, acting on a tip-off, 2 persons who've been identified as MD Saddam as well as Saeed Ahmed have been arrested from Vidyasagar Setu in Havra. In fact, we're given to understand that they've been charged under sections including 121 of the IPC. We have Mayuk joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Mayuk, if you can give us more details on those who've been arrested, who we are given to understand have suspected links with the ISIS in this case.
Well, these 2 students, highly qualified, one is Saddam and another one is Said. They have been arrested from Howrah, and it's just a stone's away from the Bengal Secretariat Nabanna, where Chief Minister and all the top ministers sit. So they have been arrested from Vidyasagar Setu in Kolkata Howrah jurisdiction, and Kolkata SDF has arrested them. They have been taken into custody and the interrogation process is on. What we have come to know is that several IS videos, 18 literature, that terror literatures have been confiscated, have been found after raiding their houses, and most importantly, they were linkmen with people who are charged under UAPA in several cases, and earlier also UAPA sections have been given to their handlers as well. So right now they have been charged for waging war against the country, waging war against the state, as well as collecting arms for terror activities. Right now they are under the custody of Kolkata SDF, and they will be interrogated further for more information whether they had a network running, a terror network running in Bengal, or whether they were into something which is nefarious in nature ahead of the Republic Day. Samiksha.
All right, Mayuk, thank you for those details. So those are the details just coming in from Kolkata, where 2 accused have been arrested for alleged for suspected links with the ISIS. And as Mayuk was was telling us there, if it is to be yet to be known whether there was a module being operated by the two accused who've been arrested by the police. Slipping into a very short break, coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest from Punjab, where a cop chasing the carjackers was killed by the armed assailants, not even police personnel safe in Manscapel. And days after the shameful drama during mayor elections, fresh protests erupt off the beach by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीर
Cross to these dramatic visuals that are coming in from the national capital, where it is a high voltage drama by the BJP as well as the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP there staging a protest against the Aam Aadmi Party. This is over the mayor elections. In fact, just remember just a few days back, the showdown that was seen inside the Civic House, and here we can see how the BJP is staging a protest against the Aam Aadmi Party.
अरे केजरीवाल जब तक माफी नहीं मांगेगा हम नहीं जाएंगे। केजरीवाल जब तक माफी नहीं मांगेगा हम नहीं जाएंगे। हम नहीं जाएंगे। केजरीवाल हाय हाय, केजरीवाल हाय हाय, हाय हाय, चलिए भाई, केजरीवाल हाय हाय, हाय हाय, केजरीवाल हाय हाय, केजरीवाल हाय हाय, केजरीवाल हाय हाय, केजरीवाल शर्म करो, केजरीवाल हाय हाय, 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 शर्म करो।
So some of them were also being detained as we speak. Several of them demanding an apology from Arvind Kejriwal. This, of course, over the mayor's showdown which happened inside the Civic House, in which the two parties were also seen involved in an altercation, and there was a fist fight between the two parties. The BJP there demanding nothing less than an apology by the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Madhurima joining us live from that location where the BJP is staging a protest.
अपने गुंडे निगम पार्षदों को नहीं बर्खास्त करेगा, हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता सड़क पे उतरेंगे। उसकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई कि हमारी महिला निगम पार्षदों को मारा गया? ऐसा एमसीडी के सदन में कभी नहीं हुआ कि हमारे एमसीडी महिला निगम पार्षदों को मारा गया। हम इसका पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं। दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल महोदय से कहते हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी के सारे गुंडा निगम पार्षद उनको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी।
And Madhurima is also reporting live from that protest location by the BJP. Madhurima, how is the scene looking like? We can see several of those leaders who are being detained as we speak.
कोई बात नहीं, पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है, लेकिन हमारा संघर्ष जारी रहेगा। अरविंद केजरीवाल को माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी।
कितना लंबा संघर्ष है ये अभी?
जब तक अरविंद केजरीवाल अपनी गुंडई के लिए माफी नहीं मांगते।
आम आदमी पार्टी के 13 विधायकों के वोट सस्पेंड करने की आपने मांग किया है, जिसे उसको लेकर क्या कहना है?
हमारे नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने ठीक मांग किया, उनके 13 विधायकों का वोट सस्पेंड होना चाहिए। सदन में वो गुंडागर्दी कर रहे थे, गुंडों को उकसा रहे थे।
संघर्ष करो,
चलिए चलिए
साथ हैं, अटल जी संघर्ष करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
All right, so there you heard BJP leaders, some of them who are being detained and taken away. In fact, water cannons also being dispersed on those protesters. Several of those BJP leaders demanding an apology from the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal days after the mayor's showdown, which was seen inside the Civic House. Madhurima there reporting live from that protest location. Madhurima, take us through the scenes you are seeing around you. We can see water cannons being used on the protesters.
Well, Samiksha, yes, it was a while back that the water cannons were used, but as of now, the protest has dimmed down. The protesters are returning, but as you can see that it was a very aggressive protest. Right in front of me is the visuals of the fallen barricades over here. My VJ Surinder Rawat is bringing you these barricades were put by the Delhi police officials, and as you can see that they have broken as well. The protest was so aggressive, the force was so aggressive that these barricades have now broken as well. And then these protesters moved towards another checkpoint where the water cannons were placed. Now that the water cannons were used once, but now you can see that the protest is over because the Delhi police officials have told them that more force will be used if the protesters continue. Right behind me is the crowd of protesters that are moving forward and they are returning now. But the protest was very aggressive, Samiksha, and they kept on asking for only one thing, that is the apology from the side of the Chief Minister. And the fact that they should accept their mistake, that it was the Aam Aadmi Party councillors that really started the entire fight, that went on to take a turn for the worse and unraveled into a massive ruckus. I'll just request my camera person to once again show you the entire row of broken barricades, these placards that were put on display over here or by the BJP protesters. The entire line of barricade was broken by the BJP workers and they continued to march forward, but after a while they were all halted and continued and they stopped as and when the multiple BJP workers were detained as well. These workers will now be taken to a nearby police station, Samiksha, and after a proper interrogation, the further course of action will be taken. But as you can see that these protesters are still on road as they return, but it was an aggressive protest from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party that is demanding nothing short of an apology from the Chief Minister himself, and they also ask for resignations of all those who were involved in the entire ruckus and those who hurt the BJP councillors. Even in fact they are asking that an FIR under the charges of attempt to murder against those who have caused fractures and wounds to the BJP councillors. Samiksha.
Madhurima, thank you for the moment. So as you can see those visuals in which you can see water cannons being used on those BJP protesters who are demanding, as Madhurima is telling us, nothing less than an apology from the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Water cannons there being used. Several of those BJP leaders who are also being dragged and detained as they continue with the protest. Remember, simultaneously the Aam Aadmi Party is also protesting outside the LG's residence. So it's a protest versus protest and high voltage drama being seen in the national capital. Of course, the visuals there on your screens which shows how the protesters, some of those protesters also tried to cross those barricades. In fact, a press briefing there being held by the BJP. Let's take a look.
आज वही पार्टी के अंदर मंत्री पद लेने के लिए ये क्राइटेरिया बन गया है कि या तो आप करप्ट हो, आप पैसे इकट्ठे कर सकते हो, तभी आप आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री, एमएलए या एमपी बन सकते हैं। दोस्तों, आज हम बात कर रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के नए बने मंत्री बलबीर सिंह की। आपको याद हो, पंजाब में 92 एमएलओ के साथ आम आदमी पार्टी की जब सरकार आई तो इसी बदलाव के साथ आई कि पंजाब में हम करप्शन को खत्म करेंगे। लेकिन जैसे ही सरकार बनी, सबसे पहले विजय सिंगला जो 5 लाख रुपया लेता पकड़ा गया, उसके बाद फौजा सिंह सरारी, जिसकी 4 महीनों से ऑडियो बाजार में घूम रही है, जो अफसरों से वसूली करने की बात अपने फोन पर कर रहा है। अब पंजाब के लोगों ने जब इतना दबाव बनाया, पंजाब के विपक्ष ने, पंजाब के जन ने इस्तीफा लिया गया, लेकिन क्राइटेरिया नहीं बदला गया। इस्तीफा तो ले लिया गया, लेकिन मापदंड वही रहा कि अगर आप पैसे कमाते हैं, करप्ट हैं, क्रिमिनल हैं, तो ही आप मंत्री बन सकते हैं।
All right, viewers, so we are seeing that BJP press briefing. There was a big protest, in Delhi. Both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party were protesting. Aam Aadmi Party protest demanding suspension of the BJP appointed speaker in Delhi as well. All right, let's go ahead to the other story we're tracking right now. Much more breaking news coming in. We continue being live and breaking on Republic TV. In more news coming in now from West Bengal, another incident of stone pelting on Vande Bharat Express has now come to the fore. The incident was reported in between Chandanpur to Bardhaman station at about 6:40 a.m. under Havra division. Windows, glasses were also slightly broken, as reported. Ishan Dep is joining us live right now. A very good afternoon to you, Ishan. Now we know that the Vande Bharat Express was pelted once again and train operations have been disrupted. Who are these miscreants who are taking part in such kind of activities?
Yes, Shivangi, very unfortunate informations are coming in once again. Vande Bharat Express, which is running for 8 days in West Bengal, has been under attack for the 4th time here. And today, this morning, when the Vande Bharat Express was on its way from Howrah station to New Jalpaiguri, when it was somewhere between Hooghly district and Burdwan district at the time, that means when it was on its way to leave Hooghly district and to enter the Burdwan district, at that point of time, stones were pelted on Vande Bharat Express. Probably the C5 coach of the train has been under attack, and there has been spots have been located on the glass of one window of that coach. As the railway sources are confirming to our correspondents to the concerned districts, we have come to know. You know that since the commencement of the journey of Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal, there have been many controversies, and since the initiation of this journey, it is coming under attack. One after another attack has been happened. Last night we broke the news of the 3rd attack on Vande Bharat Express within 1 week, and today it's the 8th day of its journey, and 4th time the train has come under the attack. So this is the situation here, and even more details are to come yet, because the exact spot between Hooghly and Burdwan, which is the exact spot, and who are responsible behind them, we are watching very closely to all other details, and will come with even more details within short while. Shivangi.
All right, you're getting us for the top details, but you know, the very important question being raised right now is that why are these incidents happening? This is the 3rd incident which has happened in less than a week, Ishan Dep. If you could take our viewers exactly through what happened in the last 2 incidents, and in fact, we had also got a CCTV footage about these people who are pelting stones at the train. Any details we have about that, Ishan Dep?
Shivangi, at first I would like to correct you, because this is not the 3rd incident. This is the 4th incident. The incident which happened this morning, this is the 4th incident in 8 days. For last 8 days, Vande Bharat Express is running in West Bengal, and this is the 4th time. This is a fresh incident this morning, and when the train was on its way from Hooghly district to Burdwan district, somewhere between these 2 districts, this attack has happened. We have come to know. Railway sources have confirmed to our correspondents who are located in those concerned districts, and this time also this is an incident of stone pelting. We have come to know. In case of one incident, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, said that the attack happened from Bihar side when the train was passing through the areas coming under Bihar. At the time the incident happened, that's why the West Bengal law and order authorities don't have any responsibility to stop this. But this time, the location which is coming to our knowledge, that is somewhere between Hooghly and Burdwan. This is very much in West Bengal. So what the state authorities are going to say regarding this, we are yet to know, and we are yet to know about the details of the attack, that which is the exact spot, how many people were there, how many stones were pelted, and the railway authorities are yet to make clear, yet to come forward with even more details. And once we get the details, we will come with even more details in front of you, Shivangi.
Right. And Ishan Dev, the BJP has demanded intervention of the NIA to probe the incident. We're talking about the stones which were pelted in the Vande Bharat Express connecting Howrah to New Jalpaiguri in West Bengal. Right now, remember viewers, the preliminary investigation has revealed that the incident had taken place while the train was passing through Bihar. Now, this is one of the previous incidents we're talking about right now. Shandev, I'm thanking you. I'll come back to you. But viewers, this is the latest coming in from West Bengal. Another incident of stone pelting on the Vande Bharat Express has now come to the fore. Ishandev, thank you so much. I'll be coming back to you. We have more stories for our viewers right now, more breaking updates coming in.
That the people of Joshimath are still in fear, and the situation remains tense. Let me give you the sense once from where I'm reporting, and we can see the condition what is happening over here. We do understand, as we are reporting from last 4 days and seeing what exactly the condition at this point in time is, and we can see how the building is shifting from its place now. We have seen several cracks on the roads. We have seen several cracks on the walls, on other buildings in the hotels. So this exactly is the condition where this has been stated very much clearly by the administration that there is no option for the people now, but they will have to leave. They will have to leave their houses. That is something what we are seeing. Let me also give you the sense from this particular house where we can see the numbers of cracks. You can clearly see these people are shifting their house now. They are not left with any other option but to leave their house. This is the red mark which has been put in now over here, and this is to indicate that yes, this is one of the affected property. Let me go down and ask my video journalist to give you the sense clearly that what is being happening here. And if we talk about the cracks, then I can see all over. I can see the cracks. What is happening? We'll try and talk to someone to understand if we can get a sense.
पूरे दिखाओ क्या करना, क्या बोलो सर, जोशीमठ वैसे ही हो रहेगा। क्या कहाँ जाऊँ, खाली कमरे में रख रहे हम सामान, ये पूरे जाने वाले हैं नीचे।
अभी आप लोग को क्या बोला गया माता जी कि यहाँ से अब खाली
कर दो, ये 10 बजे को खाली कर दो, हम यहाँ सील करेंगे। सरकार ने 10 बजे को, आज 10 बजे के तुम जितने सामान साफ सकते हो ले जाओ, नहीं ले जाना तो यहीं रख लो। यहाँ तुम्हारा सामान कुछ नहीं हुआ, तुम्हारे लिए व्यवस्था हो जाएगा। अभी तो है नहीं, कमरे का यहाँ है नहीं हमारे व्यवस्था के लिए। अब देखेंगे शाम तक क्या बोलेंगे।
कौन कौन है आपके परिवार में जो
हाँ, बहू है, बुढ़े है, बच्चे है, लड़का है।
मंत्री बनाया गया बलबीर सिंह ਉਹ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ 3 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਜਾਬਤਾ ਮੁਜਰਮ ਨੇ, ਸਜ਼ਾ ਜਾਬਤਾ ਮੁਜਰਮ 3 ਸਾਲ ਵਾਸਤੇ।
I'm Shravan Sen reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic TV.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized.
The gateway to Hemkund Sahib and Badrinath Joshimath has been declared a landslide subsidence zone. Meanwhile, Supreme Court is scheduled to hear the Joshimath case tomorrow, as more than 600 other buildings have developed cracks as of now. Prime Minister Modi has been monitoring the situation in Joshimath, and NDRF and SDRF teams have been rushed to the spot to evacuate families as early as possible. Till now, nearly 70 affected families have been shifted, while the work to relocate many others is underway. 2 central teams have been sent to Joshimath. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Tamil Nadu government versus governor face-off escalates as in assembly, as governor proposes a state's name change. It calls Dravidian politics regressive. In the biggest outreach to the Indian diaspora, Prime Minister launches Pravasi Bharatiya Convention 2023 in Indore. Stay tuned. I am Aneri Shah reporting from Hyderabad, and this is Republic.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें
Christian Michelle.
And that is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, would you tell the truth? Christian, would you tell the truth?
Mr. Bhandari. Mr. Bhandari. Mr. Bhandari.
I'll be very straight with you. If he's able to do that, I'll give you a scoop which will create ripples there.
We tracked down Sanjay Bhandari. We don't preach journalism. We practice it.
Marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. And you can see my VJ Surinder Rawat bringing in this protest is coming after there was a lot of ruckus in the house when councillors of both the parties clashed in the house because of the oath-taking order, where the BJP workers claimed that the nominated workers should have gotten the permission to take the oath, whereas the Aam Aadmi Party workers wanted to take oath first, and then the entire controversy unraveled into a massive uproar in the house. You can see that these are the voices of the Bharatiya Janata Party workers, and they are alleging that all that happened inside that particular house was condemnable, that they did not that the Aam Aadmi Party workers did not comply by the rules and resorted to unruly behavior that ended into massive ruckus inside the party. And you can also see that these big placards all on a main road marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. That really deciphers the kind of ire these BJP workers are holding, because the showdown was quite indeed shameful, because in a house where work and progress is supposed to happen, the events that unraveled on that hapless day are to be accounted for.
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Same Congress that defended terrorist Sharik now don't silence as their own leader's son is arrested in Shivamoga bomb blast case. Plus, multiple teams rushed Joshimath declared disaster probe. Rescue and relief operations are underway. Top court to hear the matter tomorrow. Stay tuned.
I'm Amandeep Dikshit reporting from Chandigarh, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद।
The biggest news.
10 मार्च के बाद बुलडोजर चलेगी कि नहीं चलेगी?
10 मार्च के बाद फिर विकास और पेशेवर माफिया और अपराधियों के ऊपर फिर से बुलडोजर अपना काम भी करना प्रारंभ कर देगा।
The biggest newsmakers.
The government is not going out of its way to correct any political messaging.
After a point, it is like you can convince a person who wants to listen and think. But if I've already made up my mind, no argument can convince them.
The biggest events.
Viewers, we're live and breaking and getting some more news coming in from West Bengal. Another incident of stone pelting on Vande Bharat Express has now come to light and to fore. The incident was reported in between Chandanpur to Bardhaman station at about 6:40 a.m. under the Howrah division. Windows, glasses were slightly broken as reported, and you can see the multiple attacks which have taken place on the Vande Bharat Express January 2nd, January 3rd and on January 9th. Back-to-back attacks, stone pelting incidents coming in right now, viewers. In a span of just a few days, another incident of stone pelting on Vande Bharat Express has come to the fore. Now, this incident took place in West Bengal and stones were pelted at one of the compartments of the train. This is not the first time, viewers. This is literally the 4th time right now that stones were thrown at the Vande Bharat Express. The visuals on the screen are coming in, viewers, right now as well. The visuals on the screen are coming up. And we also know that the Vande Bharat Express's operations were also disrupted and the train was compelled to halt for a few minutes. Ishandep, you're joining us live once again from a Republic Bangla newsroom. Ishandep, just take us through exactly what we know so far. You were telling us about the latest details coming in. Anything new that we picked up?
Shivangi, what has happened so far as we are concerned, as the railway sources have confirmed till now to our correspondents located in those districts, the sources are saying when the Vande Bharat Express this morning was on its way from Howrah towards New Jalpaiguri, when it was somewhere between the Hooghly district and Burdwan district, that means when the train was on its way to leave the borders of Hooghly districts and was about to enter the Burdwan district, at that time this incident happened. This time also, this was an incident of stone pelting, and the C5 coach was under attack this time. And this is a fourth attack on the Vande Bharat Express in 8 days. It has been running in West Bengal for 8 days. This was the 8th morning, and it has come under attack for the 4th time. In 8 days, a new train, a semi-high speed train, which the whole country, the whole nation is thinking as its pride, that train is coming under attack one after another. This is the 4th time it has come under attack, and within 8 days this is the 4th attack. So this is very unfortunate in West Bengal, and since the very beginning of the journey of Vande Bharat Express, this kinds of incidents are happening. These kinds of incidents are coming to surface after 2 attacks on Vande Bharat Express. After 2 consecutive attacks on Vande Bharat Express, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamta Banerjee, spoke up on this, and she said that the attack happened from somewhere from Bihar. When the train was passing through Bihar, some people pelted stone on it, and West Bengal does not have any responsibility in this. But at that time, you should remember that at that time when Chief Minister was making this statement, at that time there were already 2 attacks happened on the train. So if one attack was happening from Bihar, then which was the location of the second attack or the another attack, that was not being made clear by Mamta Banerjee. Now another attack happened last night, and this morning another attack. These are 4 attacks, and today the spot which is somewhere between Burdwan and Hooghly, there is no Bihar border or Jharkhand border near to that place. This is completely inside West Bengal. So if an attack has happened on the train in the initial days somewhere from Bihar, and if the responsibility goes on the Bihar administration on that, and if today the 4th attack, this has clearly happened inside West Bengal, inside the borders of West Bengal, then who is to take the responsibility? That is the biggest question right now. What the Chief Minister, what the administration...
I'll come back to you, Shandev. I'm being joined right now by Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, and a very good afternoon to you. What is the first reaction coming in? We're seeing back-to-back attacks on the Vande Bharat Express, back-to-back attacks, which are also leading to disruptions.
See, now you can understand the mentality of the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamta Banerjee ji. उनको डेवलपमेंट से कुछ भारत के अच्छे कामों के साथ क्यों नफरत है? अगर ये ट्रेन बांग्लादेश से आई होती तो शायद ममता बनर्जी जी इस ट्रेन का स्वागत करते, फूलों के साथ स्वागत करते। इसका नाम वंदे भारतम है। ये भारत की एक ट्रेन है और इसलिए इसके साथ इस तरह से किया जा रहा है। आप देश के अंदर डेवलपमेंट के अच्छे काम, क्योंकि वो मोदी जी ने अच्छे काम किए हैं, आपसे वो बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहे और खुद आप कुछ अच्छा कर नहीं पा रहे, इसलिए आप तोड़फोड़ कर रहे हैं। हमें बहुत दुख हुआ। ये देश का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, देश के लोगों के साथ पैसे के साथ बनाया हुआ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है। ये ट्रेन भारत के 125 करोड़ लोगों के आर्थिक स्रोतों के साथ बनी हुई है और आप इससे इतनी नफरत करते हैं, इसके नाम से हम नफरत करते हैं। इसका स्पष्ट मतलब ये है कि आपकी भारत के प्रति, भारत के लोगों के प्रति, भारत के लोगों के धर्म के प्रति कोई आस्था नहीं, आप किसी और मुल्क के हाथों में खेल रहे हैं।
Right, thank you so much for joining us here, Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP. Thank you so much. I'm also being joined by Sukanto Majumdar, West Bengal BJP President, joining us on the phone line. Thank you so much. Now we are seeing back-to-back attacks on the Vande Bharat Express. Just after a month, the Prime Minister Modi had flagged off the Vande Bharat Express from the Howrah station. Mr. Majumdar.
See, these things are happening due to the inaction of Mamta Banerjee's police. Because as you know, few days ago, the same Vande Bharat Express was attacked at Malda, which is under the jurisdiction of West Bengal police, and similar kind of attack happened in the Kishanganj area, which is under the jurisdiction of the Bihar police. Bihar police till now arrested those who were associated with this stone pelting at Kishanganj area. But it is really shameful that till now, no one has been arrested in case of Malda. And not only that, I gathered the information that the railway official staff are getting harassed by the West Bengal police. And they are, the West Bengal police, they are pressurizing these railway officials of the Shamshi and the adjoining areas to speak that, to give the report that the stone came out of some other part of the state of West Bengal. So this is the way how Mamata Banerjee's police is tackling this kind of incident. They should be arrested. They should have arrested the culprit, but they could not do anything, and that's why these kind of incidents are happening. And I feel if this continues, this kind of mindset continues, then this kind of incident will increase.
All right, thank you, Sukanto Majumdar, for joining us on the phone line. West Bengal BJP President. I'm also being joined by Nanil Kohli of the BJP. Nanil Kohli is joining us, the BJP. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Kohli. Now, we are saying that the BJP is demanding strict action. We have spoken to Sukanto Majumdar as well just a short while. What do you think should happen next? Do you want a fair probe on what's happening?
Vande Bharat Express is a train that serves the people of West Bengal. It is not a BJP train or a Trinamool train or any other party's political train. It is for the movement of people, something to be celebrated for the benefit of West Bengal and its citizens. Now the fact that you are having repeated stone pelting incidents, it leads to three conclusions. A, that the government there, or the ruling party, the Trinamool Congress, is unhappy that a train has been launched. Perhaps because they don't do development. They don't want development by the center to take place on central subjects. Number two, there are miscreants there who have protection because the police is not being able to take action. Now, either those miscreants have the protection of the ruling party, so the police's hands are tied, or it would be difficult to believe that the police is inept and is unable to find the real culprits when it's becoming a repeated exercise. And the West Bengal police actually is a very good police. So they might be having the information, but may be prevented from actually taking action. And number three, these are anti-national people who are against India as a democracy, and therefore it is the collective responsibility of all of us as citizens to expect that the state government, because law and order is a state subject, they take complete action and act in the interest of the country and the people of West Bengal. This is public money. It's not money going from anyone's personal pocket. It goes from all of us who pay tax. We all have a vested interest that development must take place, and then it serves people. That's what Modi ji's government is all about. So this is the crux of the issue. The West Bengal government, and Ms. Mamata Banerjee is the chief minister there, has to show that it is serious about it, must bring the culprits to the book, and one would hope that petitions are filed in the court to recover the amounts personally under various provisions that exist in our laws, to recover amounts personally from the guilty and even attachment of their properties if they do not have the amounts available in their bank accounts.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kohli. Nanil Kohli of the BJP joining us here. Back-to-back incidents, attack on the Vande Bharat Express, the BJP demanding answers on these incidents. But let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking right now, viewers. We continue getting the top updates on India's #1 news channel. Big controversy over the release of Siddharamaia's book by BJP. BJP will release a book titled Siddharamaia's True Dreams at 3 p.m. today. That will be the highlight of the Congress's soft stance towards PFI and the withdrawal of the case. BJP also to highlight Siddharamaia's stance on Tipu. Siddharamaiya dressed alike. Now, Tipu Sultan is seen on the cover of the book, viewers. So that is the cover you're seeing right now. And let's go to Prajwal. Prajwal is joining us live right now. Prajwal, the BJP scheduled to release a book titled Siddharamaiya True Dreams at 3 p.m. on today, just a short while back. In fact, we will be waiting for that. What details do you have on that?
Shivangi, now we are already expecting drama here because the Congress workers had already approached the SJ Park police station, going on and stating the fact that this particular book release event should not be allowed to happen because it is portraying quite a negative image on Sidramaya. So therefore, they are also going on and stating that they will protest outside town hall too. And you can clearly look at the police security deployment as well, because we are seeing a lot of police personnel who have already gathered here. We are seeing some Congress functionaries, and this is the very venue where if we pan towards our right, this is the very venue where the book release event is happening. And even as we are speaking, as a precautionary measure, the police have deployed additional forces there, and they are standing out, making sure that there will be no sort of untoward incident which will be happening too. So this is something that has been doing, and even as we are seeing a section of
Prajwal, I'm coming back to you. Prajwal, I'm coming back to you in just a moment. We will be waiting, of course, for more details from ground from you. But right now, being joined by Malvika Avinash from the BJP Karnataka. Thank you for joining us. Now we know that the BJP will be releasing this book called Siddaramaiah True Dreams at 3 p.m. and the Congress is already retaliating on that. Take us through exactly what we can expect next, Malvika Avinash, today at 3 p.m.
First and foremost, let me state on record that this is not a BJP function. BJP has neither written the book nor is it published it. And BJP is most certainly not releasing this book. It is a bunch of young people who are doing so. Therefore, this is not a publication of the BJP. However, the facts that may be in the book, we are yet to know the contents of the book. The facts in the book, one can take a guess. Because of the manner in which Siddaramaiah conducted himself in the 5 years that he was Chief Minister of Karnataka. Every policy of his was anti-Hindu and were meant to woo and appease the Muslim voters. Therefore, one can imagine what can be in the book or what will be in the book. However, this is not a publication of the BJP. And why is the Congress party so rattled? I don't understand. Why are they protesting? What do they think is in the book that they are protesting? Let the book come out first. Then they can refute what's in the book. They are so scared because they know that all of it is factual, all of it is real. The manner in which he appeased, the manner in which he organized Tipu Jayanti, which led to the death of Hindu Karyakartas. So he is aware of it. He had policies like Shadi Bhagya and so on and so forth. So let the book get released.
Malvika Avinash, could you just take us through exactly what are the contents of that book? Because our viewers are watching Republic TV, and in that book, the cover, it says, with the cover page, in fact, it shows Siddaramaiah dressed like Tipu Sultan. So could you also take us through exactly what contents are there in that book?
You see, I have mentioned earlier that it is not a publication of the BJP. Therefore, I am also not aware of the contents of the book. What I can most certainly give you is a background to this book. There was a play that was written and directed by the director of Rangayana in Mysore, which was Tipu Nija Kanasugalu. Right? This perhaps is, only taking that matter further. Siddaramaiah most certainly hailed a man who was a tyrant who killed hundreds and lakhs of people in Karnataka. And therefore, one can only imagine what may be in the book. However, I am not aware of what's in the book.
Right. All right. Stay on with us. I'm also being joined by Dr. Sankara Guha of the Congress. Thank you for joining us. The Congress is retaliating already. And what do you think, what are the points that you object, Mr. Guha? What are the points that you object on this book?
Character assassination, to start with.
Right. Go ahead. All right. We're just trying to get back Dr. Sankara Guha of the Congress. So the Congress is retaliating already. The Congress unit of Karnataka has opposed the move of this book launch and approached, in fact, even cops to stop the book release event. So we are seeing, like Prajwal was telling us in just a short while, the book launch will happen at 3 p.m. A fresh controversy has erupted in Karnataka. Let's go back to Dr. Sankara Guha of the Congress. You can go ahead, Sankara Guha. You are telling us that why do you oppose the launch of this book?
No, one is assassination of our leader, which the BJP has always been doing. We are absolutely averse to it. And most importantly, the BJP should have rather come out with a book of their achievements of what they have done in the last 3.5 years of power, which is zero. As the elections are closing in, instead of raking up such communal issues and, dividing and polarizing people, they have done nothing. And these are all BJP third-party agents. We have a minister who is going, a BJP sitting minister who is going to the launch of this book. I mean, what message are you giving to the society? You're so disturbed. Whatever these actions are just confirming to us that we are on the right path and we are going to come to power. We will stage a protest against this. We will not let this so easily out.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sankara Guha of the Congress, for joining us here. So, a fresh controversy erupting there in Karnataka. The BJP is scheduled to release a book titled Siddharamaiah, True Dreams, at 3 p.m. shortly from now. And in fact, Prajul is on ground. When that book release does happen, we'll get you all the details, viewers. And the Congress unit demanding at the same time the release event to be stopped. All right, let's see what else is making news from across India, viewers. The Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the 17th edition of the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore, in Madhya Pradesh. The Prime Minister said that India not only has the capability of becoming a knowledge center, but also a skilled capital. Supreme Court dismissed petition challenging committees set up in states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand for Uniform Civil Code. A bench led by CGI by the justice there has now questioned that what is wrong in the committee constituted under Article 162. NIA conducted searches at around 6 locations across Karnataka and arrested 2 in connection with Shivamogga ISIS conspiracy case. The raids are connected with the explosives seized in Shivamogga. Among those arrested is Congress leader as well called Tajuddin Sheikh's son, Reshan. Congress party that once defended a terrorist Sharik now remain silent as their own leader's son has been arrested in Shivamogga bomb blast case. When asked about NIA searches, Congress leader Shiv Mukkar was now seen evading these questions.
Congress leader's son was arrested by NIA in Mangalore case.
Chaos erupted in the Tamil Nadu Assembly over Governor R.N. Ravi's comment about renaming Tamil Nadu. Slogans were raised and the DMK alliance staged a walkout, boycotting the governor's speech. Alleged stone pelting on the houses of 2 people belonging to the minority community took place in Pooch in Jammu and Kashmir. Locals said that it is an attempt to create religious divide and proper investigation must take place. Amid terror threats now, searches are being conducted in the Kishtwar district of Jammu. Special checkpoints have been established to keep tab on people moving in vehicles. Kolkata Police's Special Task Force arrested 2 accused ahead of the Republic Day celebrations for the suspected links with ISIS. According to the police, 2 persons have been arrested in Havra who have sent to police custody till January 19. The Madras High Court Advocates Association, which is one of the largest in Tamil Nadu, has postponed its elections after a major chaos erupted in the Madras High Court campus following an order by the court. The acting Chief Justice has agreed to now take a look at that issue later on. Another incident of stone pelting in Vande Bharat Express took place in Bengal. The incident was reported in between Chandanpur to Bardhaman station, where window panes were slightly broken. Viewers, getting some more updates coming in, and yet another mid-air incident that has come to light. A passenger has allegedly misbehaved with an air hostess under the influence of alcohol on an Indigo flight from Patna to Delhi. The incident was reported by the Indigo crew. So viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. Looks like that another mid-air incident has transpired. Viewers, where we're coming to know and that a case has come out from an Indigo flight. Now, what happened this time, viewers? A passenger has allegedly misbehaved with an air hostess under the influence of alcohol, and this Indigo flight was flying from Patna to Delhi. Harsha, you're joining us live. Just take our viewers through exactly what happened on that flight.
Exactly, Shivangi, now the flight which you are talking about is the mid-air incident which has happened in the Indigo Airlines, which was going from national capital New Delhi to Patna, and the passengers who had boarded the flight, they were already drunk. They were not in their senses. They not only misbehaved with a crew member, with the air hostess, but they also insulted them, and they also went into the brawl with the co-passengers who were in the Indigo flight. And while the same Indigo flight landed in the Bihar airport, the case was immediately registered from the side of Indigo Airlines and they lodged a complaint at the airport police station of Patna. And now they have been arrested. The accused are being named as Rohit Kumar and Nitish Kumar. They are residents of Hajipur of Patna. They have been arrested and they are now being investigated and interrogated that where exactly they consumed alcohol. Were they carrying alcohol along with them, or were they too drunk before boarding the airline? And how did the accident happen? They have been investigated, but the case was lodged by Indigo Airlines after it landed in the Bihar airport.
Right. All right. Harsha, now, this incident is coming in, this alleged misbehavior is coming in on the Indigo flight. And this reminds us of one more case which was very, very widely shared on social media. Remember that there was an earlier spat between Indigo passenger and a cabin crew. Just after that, we are seeing this case come in. But what next for the two accused right now? Because the two accused have been arrested by the inspector of the Indira Gandhi International Airport police station, and further investigation in the case is underway.
Yes, Shivangi, now we have seen various mid-air airlines incidents from SpiceJet, from AirAsia to Indigo. In the flights like these, the mid-air brawl incident, the issues with the food service has come into light. Earlier we saw the incident in Indigo air flight of food. There was an argument between the passenger and the air hostess regarding food. Then we saw a mid-air incident with High Smile Airlines, where there was a serious brawl between the passengers and the co-passengers. So these incidents are really serious, and DGCA has taken cognizance in all such incidents where such incidents are being reported from the mid-air. So the serious guidelines is really being issued to all the crew members, flight members, ground staff who are linked with all the airlines. So DGCA and Civil Aviation Ministry are also planning to have a meeting with all the airlines officials so that a thorough guideline could be issued, and the passengers, before they board at the check-in, at the immigration point, at the security gate, to thoroughly check that they are not drunk, how much they have consumed, and if it is an international flight, how much alcohol should be served to them, so that such incidents should not be reported in future. Because in the past 1 year, we have seen several incidents from the mid-air which are being reported, and some serious allegations of the misbehaving and insurance and running into brawl with between the crew member and the co-passengers are being reported. And it is a serious incident. These are the serious incidents because when someone takes the airline, one is the responsibility of the crew member to take care of the safety and comfort of the passengers, and it's the responsibility of passengers as well to behave properly, sincerely, and not misbehave and insult the crew members. So the guidelines will be issued equally to both sides, and there will be thorough check-in at the security gate and at the check-in counters as well. Shivangi, back to you.
Right. Okay, so our viewers are watching the visuals come in of their arrest as well, viewers. This is the Indigo incident we're talking about after the Air India incident where it was a Republic TV campaign. We highlighted the story which again had led to the arrest of Shankar Mishra, the accused in the case. We're seeing more incidents come out, and of course, right now, incident from an Indigo plane has been reported. 2 people arrested by the Indira Gandhi International Airport Police. And right now, viewers, let's move on to the other stories we're tracking as well. Now, remember, 2 drunk passengers had misbehaved with on board an Indigo flight with an air hostess.
Aam Aadmi Party workers and leaders are planning to take out a protest march from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters till the LG house, and they have now been stopped by the Delhi police. Let me straight away try to show you the pictures of this protest which is now underway. And this protest is taking place against the kind of behavior which was done allegedly by BJP. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming, and that is why Aam Aadmi Party workers are now taking out this protest march. You can see as to how they are sitting there on the roads after they are being stopped. They are holding this placard which reads "Bhajpa walo sharm karo, Samvidhan ki hatya karna band karo." So protest versus protest is taking place after the kind of visuals, unprecedented visuals we saw coming in from Delhi Civic Center, where full-blown war took place, violence took place, brawls were exchanged.
BJP having lesser number of members is trying to make its mayor by foul means.
But the question here is that BJP is saying that their councillors have been attacked by Aam Aadmi Party councillors. We also saw the pictures coming in where one of your councillors was seen holding a chair in his hand and he was trying to throw it on a BJP councillor. How are we going to justify this?
No, it's completely false statement by Bhajpa.
हमारा मांगना यह है कि जो संविधान में लिखा है उसको ठीक ढंग से लागू किया जाए.
क्या लिखा है, क्या कहना चाहिए?
जो भी जैसा कि नॉमिनेट पार्षद है उनको बाद में वो दी जाती है और वो
मतलब थोड़ी देर कानून हाथ में ले लेंगे, लड़ाई झगड़ा थोड़ी करेंगे.
मचा रखे. सबसे पहले नॉमिनेट पार्षदों को ही उन्होंने और दिलाने की कोशिश की, जो कि गलत है.
Workers, let me straight away try to show you the pictures of barricading. Those are been put up here. These workers have now been stopped here by Delhi police personnel have been deployed. CRPF personnel have been deployed here. Multiple layers of barricading has been done to stop these workers. In fact, water cannon have also been called in, looking into the massive protest which has been announced by Aam Aadmi Party.
Viewers, what will coming up on the other side? Punjab cop chasing the carjackers killed by the armed assailants. Not even the police personnel are safe in Man's government. Plus, days after the shameful drama during May elections, fresh protest was a protest politics by the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side, and they didn't stop. They were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं. सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. this is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cashew farms and
Viewers, top updates right now. PM Modi inaugurated the 17th edition of the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Convention in Indore in Madhya Pradesh. PM Modi said that India not only has the capability of becoming a knowledge center but also a skilled capital. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Same Congress defended terrorist Sharik now dons silence as their own leader's son arrested in Shivamoga bomb blast case.
This is Shivangi Shukla reporting from Delhi NCR, and this is Republic.
Huge cashew farms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cashew farms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cashew farms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cashew farms and ammunition.
Top headlines right now. Punjab cop chasing the car, jackers killed by the armed assailants. Not even the police personnel are safe.